Hello, y'all. How is it going? It is Friday. That is Friday, July 25th, and it is time for viewer levels. That's the thing that usually gets done on Fridays. Been kind of a while since that was the case. Since last week, I was out of town. Week before that, I was about to go out of town, so we did it on Thursday instead. Week before that, it wasn't on Friday for another reason, so it's been like a month since the last time this was on Friday, but it's gonna be on Friday, for the next few weeks until I go on vacation again, and then indefinitely after that point, because, it's gonna be kind of business as usual for a while after I get back from my next vacation, you know. Hey, Freddy. Hey, 06I. Hello, Sugma. How you doing? Sugoma, perhaps? Perhaps that's how you say it. How you doing? Let me check the audio is good. I think it actually should be one scotch higher. There we go. Okay, I forgot to set the audio before we began, so I need to just get in there and fix it before anyone noticed. And, probably didn't. It's hard to gauge these things, especially when it's so near to where it usually is. Anyway, folks, how you doing? It's been a while, like I said. Got back from, New Jersey, from the Jersey Shore last weekend, and I've had a nice week at home. I'll say expect to hear about that trip, or I could talk about going to the dealership yesterday and paying out the nose for, getting my vents cleaned or whatever. Whichever you prefer. Would you rather hear about beach vacation or sitting in a dealership? Up to y'all. No, I already got everything prepared for beach vacation. If you want to hear about sitting in dealership, let me know and maybe I'll make time next week. But nah. Two things up top before we begin. One, the Pikmin are back. They were offline last stream, and the stream before that they were broken. Apparently, I don't know what happened with the application, but this morning a update went out for that. I have grabbed the updated version, and it seems like the Pikmin are working again, so I've turned that incentive back on. You can now throw Pikmin at me again. Apologies for the downtime. Technology sometimes breaks, I guess. I don't know. I heard that their bot got banned from Twitch for a time. I'm not sure if their bot is back. That might mean the bit stuff isn't working anymore, but what the fuck, right? The second thing is that I am feeling better. Last two streams, I've had a bit of a health situation. I came back from the shore a little bit sick, a little bit sore, and in particular, right on the day where I was doing the Donkey Kong Bananza stream, which, by the way, on Sunday I played through to the end of Donkey Kong Bananza in exactly 12 hours. It was very fun. During that stream, I found that my uvula had swollen up a bit before it, and I managed to get through just fine. Went to a doctor later that week, found that apparently there's an ulcer on my uvula. Damnedest thing. Didn't know that could be. I think it has reduced in size. It is less irritating today than it was previously. I do have a sore throat today, so, give and take, better in some ways, still not great in other ways. I think I'll be able to talk. I will make myself talk. Believe me, I can talk. I will find a way, I think. We'll see what happens. Taking a cough drop right now. I got these cough drops from back when I was in Japan that I still have lying around. These special medicated drops that come in weird flavors like grape and orange. Why don't we have grape cough drops? We used to have watermelon cough drops, and they don't exist anymore, and I don't know why. I liked Those watermelon cough drops. That was my go-to for years before they stopped being at Target. Anyway, that's the health update. Let's just let's get through it. Let's do the thing. Let's play the game. I think we're ready to begin. Let's make that level bar all nice and full up. And let me explain how this works. This is viewer level proper. This is viewer levels proper. We're going to play the viewer levels proper style. The way that this works is if you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which outside the lightning round means 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. Those last tries, they refresh at checkpoints, don't you know? If you are not here, I will still play your level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present and playing more levels, which I think is fun. It's fun to play more levels. We get to see more levels, and that is neat. I'll say let's get into this. I'm not, you know, I'll say there is, some structure to the stream. I have some things I want to talk about, as you know, and I've structured it through cards, as I do, and we'll pull them. A lot of these cards will, be about the shore, which I just got back from, and we'll, you know, talk about it. I have a bunch of photos that I have, prepared and gotten all nice and in order so I can show them. So that should be good. Did I test? Hang on, let me just show the photos. Okay, that's the last one. Then that's supposed to be the last one. Okay, good. Okay. I have found in the past that sometimes if you have too many photos, that when I was doing the Japan ones, where I had like a week of Japan photos, I had to split it into multiple albums at the time because they overloaded or something. I don't know. I guess the images were very big. But we don't have that many. And, you know, it's sort of a thing where it's a place I've been a bunch of times. It's just a beach. Y'all understand what a beach is like. What is this level? It is Solar Failure Splashdown. It's cool. It's cool is what it is. There's some arts around, and I was, briefly, a frog. Okay, I can't go in this direction. Ah! That kills you? Hey, Rock Party. Gobby Frog in space. Oh, if you die, if you lose Frog, do you just die? Is that how it works? Do you have, like, a frog detector? Is that a thing? A frog detector? Oh, shit, I think you got a frog detector. Oh, what the hell? I've never heard of such a thing. I guess that's a good way to enforce, like, a, you know, gotta be frog without necessarily, That's a good way to enforce frog. And bosses spawn? Gotcha. God, I'm trying to think. Is that like a game that I've been playing? No. There's no game where bosses spawn... There's games where bosses spawn, like, based on a time limit or something, right? Or, like, you know, oh, you're doing so bad. It's Red Moon and all that. That's different. Not quite, like this. Is this a red coin hunt? I think this might be a red coin hunt. I guess there's some very nice visuals, though. Look at this. It's a Saturn-type planet. I'll see what I'm looking at here. Ooh, this isn't as fun as swimming. Now that I'm, like, all shelled up. Anyway, How are y'all doing? Hope everyone's doing good. I'm doing better, like I said. I'm getting better, recovering after the trip, I guess. You know, whatever I picked up there, it's going, it's through its course. You know, as it does. I could have stepped on that, but I didn't. Screwy. Anyway, not much is new other than, you know, vacation was nice. We'll talk about it in detail. I also talked about it on, you know, Tuesday's stream. Honestly, I wasn't sure, like, if we need to talk about it, you know? But then I figured, like, I got a lot of photos, and, like, I got a lot of photos, and also, what does killing all these guys do for me? I had all the photos and all the shit, and I figured, like, you know, I am prepared to talk about it. Might as well. Hey, Naruto Solos. Hello, everyone. That's the second coin. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to get all of them. You know, it's got repeating checkpoints. Whole 9. There's 2 planets and 2 coins on each. So wait, does that mean that we missed one? Let me know if we missed one. Or maybe it's a situation where you go one way one time and you get one of them, and if you go the other way, you get the other one. Like here, we went left. To be determined. Ah! That took me back to the start, but with no progress. Eh? I'm confused by that. What did I do wrong? Well, that time I know what I did wrong. I got hit. There's coins on that planet. How did I kill that fish? I'm underwater. You could kill fish from above while underwater? I'm pretty sure that's not how fish work. I don't understand what happened there. It also doesn't matter. Here I was. Okay, let's try to kill it again, I guess. Oh, I guess you can. Maybe because they're on rails, they're not functioning as, like, underwater fish. Do fish act as fish in this theme? Like, fish go left and right and all that? Unclear. Well, let's do that again. There's coins on that planet. Okay. Let's go. Have a nice look. I'm gonna assume they're to the right. Because would make sense. Here's one of them. And the other one would be... no. Maybe. That could help. Shit. Ah! How about we do a card? How about we do a card while we're, trying to find our way around and, struggling just a bit. We'll see the first thing that I have to talk about. Had like 5 beach days last week. Beach was nice. Yeah, I got pictures. We'll show them after we just, you know, play the level for 4 minutes, I guess. It's been a good long while since I've gone to the beach. Here's the other coin. Nice, nice. Been a good long while since I went to the beach, so it was nice to go back. Yep, shit. Okay. Hard to know, like, how to structure... Okay, grab this, hit the switch. And, what? I need, like, a way to get back. Oh, maybe the way back is the way that we found that goes back through the door. This is an exit, and it's the only exit, so we gotta use it. Okay, cool. Problem solved. So, we still need to go to the other planet, no? Because that's where the other... Oh. God damn it. The shell would protect me. That's where the other, coin is, correct? Not sure, but let's just find out. Wait, what about that? How do I get into there? I assume this is another one of those you need to not die to get in. So I'll use this shell to get into this. If this is the other planet, then this has 2 rating for us, but we'll find out. Yeah, this looks like a planet. Certainly Saturn is a planet in real life, so I think it's a planet. Hey, Timpani. Hello, everyone. Good to see y'all, especially since it's been a week. You know, it's been 2 weeks, actually, since the last, viewer level stream, which, longer than usual, you know. A lot longer than usual. Should be one more in this area. There it is. Alright, there's the key. Now, it is vitally important. Fuck. Well, maybe not so fuck. We just gotta go through this door, which does indeed lead back to the checkpoint. And then leave. Great, perfect, beautiful. And that's some sort of checkpoint thing where once you come back and you spawn at the checkpoint, it'll let you start from here. Very good. Oh, I jumped. What? Am I doing something wrong here? I got a key. That probably means go through the key door and victory awaits, right? Yes, maybe? Let's find out. Yep. Nice level. Very good 06i. Looks like the timer was just about up, so that lasted the perfect length. Let me end that timer and hit complete, pull up the next one. Sugoma. Go ahead and confirm whenever's good. Sugoma, go ahead and say anything when you're ready to go. If you're not here, it'll be sudden death, as previously established. A lot of alerts since the last time I played. Very nice. Good to see people playing the levels and stuff. So, beach. Went to the Jersey Shore last week. Not this week, you know, but like I got back, it was like Saturday before last to last Saturday, and had like 5 really good beach days. The weather was great. The water was nice. The rental house had some beach chairs and a boogie board, which I brought down to the beach and sort of, hung out with. My extended family was, the whole thing with the shore is that it's like a thing that my extended family on my ma's side goes out to every year. So every year, like, they all rent, somewhere between 5 and 6 rental homes that are like 1 story each, like 3 to 5 bedrooms apiece. Plus, maybe people can sleep in the living room as well. I have probably like 30 cousins, uncles, aunts, nephews, second nephews, that sort of thing. And then there's the whole second cousin side of the family, which adds a bit more. That's the group. That's the group right there. We tend to form a great big circle on the beach, which was kind of fun. I think we were the biggest group in sight. There's me with a towel on head. A lot of the time spent at the beach, I was just like, hanging out. But I did go in the water a good deal as well, which was fun, whether boogie boarding or just, swimming around a bit. It was very nice water, looked real great. I put my phone in like a protective case so I could bring it and like take pictures and crap. That was nice. Hey, the ocean is a great place. It's been like somewhere around a decade, most of a decade, probably like 7 years since the last time I was at an actual beach doing beach stuff. So, it's been so long. I didn't know, like, I didn't know what to expect, I guess. And what it was just a nice time. Most of it I was spending just like sitting in that chair, maybe walking over to talk to cousins and have a nice conversation about stuff. It was lovely. It was great. Shout out to the beach. Beach is great. Let's keep going. That's all I have to say about beach, I guess. As a kid, I feel like I did a lot more like, digging around, building sandcastles and stuff. This time, like, nah, I'm just sitting around, talking to people. I played Uma Musume on the beach a little bit. I don't think that game's great, by the way. I feel like the show is much better, and also, like, now that I'm home, I haven't played it since I got back. But, was a lot of fun sitting around talking, and occasionally, you go into the water, and that's just fun. It's fun to swim around when there's a bunch of waves, I think. Waves make for fun swimming, whether that's just like I was like jumping into the waves and stuff, or just trying to like sort of ride them with said boogie board. It was good. A little cold, the water, but you get used to it. Thank you for the level, Sugama. That was quite straightforward, but a good solid. That's kind of what you would expect for a 1-1. What can I say? It's a 1-1. 1-1s are supposed to be a little bit easy. Where does this pipe go? Nowhere. Huh. Go figure. Of course it leads nowhere. There's no other pipe for it to go. Why is it there, though? Curious. Thank you for the level, Sugama. Let me go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next one. Freddy Fazbear from the YouTube side. You're up. Go ahead and confirm. I think it's only been like a minute since you... There you are. Perfect. I'll do another card, though, while I'm typing in this code. I'll talk about, There's... The order of these is apparently messed up. Okay. Had a lot of Core Brothers on the weeks... on the boardwalk last week. That's what the first card was supposed to be. I guess that, yeah. I forget that OBS orders these alphabetically slightly different than Windows File Explorer does. That's the problem there. A lot of Coen Brothers. Very favorite ice cream. And I want to show y'all how much Coen Brothers I ate. Coen Brothers, for those who don't know, is like a really great frozen custard place on the Ocean City Boardwalk in New Jersey, Jersey Shore Boardwalk. Let me show you how much Coen Brothers I ate while at the Jersey Shore last week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that one's not Coen Brothers, but I had to have ice cream. I got it from somewhere else that night. Couldn't make it out to the boardwalk that night. 4. Shit, I lost count. Damn it. 1, 2. Okay. Coen Brothers at the boardwalk. Here's how much I ate over the course of a week. 1, 2. 1, vanilla. 2, mint with chocolate spring jimmies. Chocolate and orange. Kind of a weird ratio between the orange and the vanilla. Did I say chocolate? I meant vanilla. 4, ice vanilla chocolate with some nice sprinkles around the outside. That one's not Coen Brothers. That one, I believe, is vanilla with rainbow sprinkles. This one is vanilla orange with rainbow sprinkles. This one is vanilla chocolate with rainbow sprinkles. Maybe just vanilla, I forget. That one's just chocolate. This one was from the last day. I tried this one. This is caramel with chocolate sprinkles. This one is strawberry with a chocolate dip. And this is one last. Vanilla with waffle cone business. Good ass ice cream. I will say it looks best when it's just naked, like just like exquisite like that. But let me say, the jimmies absolutely add a lot. It is worth always getting the jimmies, even if it makes it a little less picturesque. I'll say, goddamn good ice cream. Goddamn good ice cream. Well, how many ice creams was that? It's like 2 per day, pretty much. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That one doesn't count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 by my count. I think I might have forgotten to take a picture of one because I thought it was 2 per day every day that I had, but apparently it was one day only had 1. A couple days may have only had 1. Ice cream is top tier. Can't go wrong with Coen Brothers. Amazing ice cream. Let me type in this code and then we'll do the thing. I got you, Freddy. Let's see the thing. I really enjoyed having all that ice cream. I made a point to go to the boardwalk as many days as I could to get that ice cream, including the day I got there. You know, I'll say, like, the flight out ended up being delayed, so we got there around, like, 8 p.m. or something to the shore. So, like, basically, I ran out. I said hello at the cousins' houses that they had, said, hello, I'm here. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going out to go get some ice cream later. And then it was like a long walk. It turns out we're pretty far from the actual boardwalk, It was maybe like a 20-minute walk every time I wanted to get to the boardwalk proper from the rental house that we had, but, you want to do it because that's why you're there. Plus, family stuff, multiple reasons. But, I walked a lot that week, and I think that makes up for all the ice cream I ate. Let's play the thing. Let's put the timer on. What's this a race? I think this is... Do we... this is some troll business. I think we need to... The timer is very strict. I'm confused, Freddy. How does this work? Maybe I think I know. I gotta do some jumping to counteract the conveyor. And then I can get in the door. And then, oh god. That's just the start. The other part is a 1-1 situation. Okay, we got a troublesome 1-1 on our hands. Excellent. Ah. I'll address some of those other cards. I had cards that said, like... The other two cards said, like, talk about the fucking boardwalk in general. Because, like, you know... Originally, I was just thinking, let's just have the Coen Brothers one. And that'll just lead into general boardwalk talk. Because, honestly, there's not that much to say about the boardwalk proper. There's not that much when it comes right down to it, you know? It's just, like... a cool place to be because it's like a bunch of shops all around, like, you know, you walk on boards to get to them. The ocean is there, the beach is nearby. It's a good vibe, but it is mostly just restaurants and stores. I can show in a second, hang on. So, like I said, it took a while to get there. You're basically walking around along a boardwalk that's just basically plain, and eventually you get to the boardwalk proper, which is a little bit larger and has, like, stores and restaurants and mini golf and things of that nature. There's also a trolley, like a bus that takes you. Shout out to the jitney. There's the Ocean City Jitney that takes you to the end of the boardwalk, and it's like $3 a ride. Both times I rid it, I only was able to ride it like once at the end of the week. You know, 2 times there and back. It was empty, like just basically a private bus, which is pretty neat. People should take advantage of the jitney. Know that it only starts at like 5 p.m., so if you're trying to get on it at like 2 p.m., you're gonna be fucking pissed, like I was when I was trying to get on it on, you know, earlier in the week at too early a time. Anyway, there's good pizza. I will say, this place I knew, I remembered for its gimmick pizza. You see there, it has like noodles on it. They actually have the regular pizza that they also have was also good. That's the place under the medieval mini golf place. There's also Manco and Manco's, very famous. Has really good pizza. There's some neat stores, an amusement park, which yes does have a roller coaster, which I did ride once. It's all right. It's a pretty good roller coaster. You know, has a beyond vertical drop. A swing launch. It's pretty intense. Not bad. If it was at a Six Flags park, it'd be pretty middle of the road, you know, pretty middle of the pack. It's pretty decent. Let's play some more of this, and then we'll continue with that line of thought. Yeah, so basically, like, soon as that first night that I got there at like 9 p.m., I went out and I got some ice cream, and then I said, like, you know what, I'm gonna walk around and sort of enjoy the ambiance. And I went into the theme park place and went, you know what, I might as well ride the theme park, ride the roller coaster tonight. Ooh, we got past the first jump, how about that? I decided to ride the roller coaster first night, which felt like a weird decision to make, just like, oh, well, I'm here, might as well. And, you know, I'll say, like, the time of which me and all my cousins going to the crappy little amusement park they got, that time has passed. No one went to the theme park except for baby 1-year-old who went on all the baby 1-year-old rides, you know, which, you know, my nephew. He actually went later in the week, but that's not important. Anyway, point is, probably was the right decision to ride it on day 1. Also, you know, I'm going to Universal next month, so I didn't need it to be... I don't need to ride rides at that little park. It's better, in fact, maybe better just to focus on the stuff that's, you know, actually good about going to the beach. Like the beach and the family, and the ice cream, and the pizza. Most boardwalk food is either ice cream or pizza, I think. I don't know what else you would have at the boardwalk other than ice cream or pizza. Honestly, it's kind of weird. There's not really any outstanding, thank you, Jose. There's not really any outstanding, like, burger places, for instance. You'd think there would be, right? But pizza seems to be, like, the standard of, like, what people eat at the boardwalk. Maybe, like, a submarine sandwich? There was, like, a place near us that was, like, known for glitzies or whatever. Blitzies? What do you call those in, thing? Did you watch the new Togepi? No, I don't think I did. That's like I haven't been watching the Pokemon shows. Not in ages. Not even the new ones or, whatever. You know, I think they announced one new one, is that right? If I'm missing the context, let me know. Hey, Barnstormer. How you doing? Good to see everyone. Like I said, it's been a minute. It's been a while. Oh, Togepi! Gotcha. For a second, I thought I was thinking of, what's, Togepi? I was thinking of Togepi. No, I didn't see today's, Togepi yet. I watched last week's, but, today was, you know, just got off work. And, had some dinner, and then sat down and did the stream, you know? That, and I didn't... I'll be honest, I feel like I probably could have made the time to watch an episode of Togepi, but I was just like, man, that's gonna be so fucking dark. It's gonna be so fucking dark. I wanna... Give me a minute, you know? I watch a lot of shows, you know, especially on, Fridays. But that is one of the first to air, so it would be logically one of the first I should watch, because that's how I tend to do things. Bananza's fucking great. I'll tell you, like, you know, I kind of wish I had more cards for Bananza. Like, I have one card for Bananza later on, and we will talk about Bananza, when that comes up. It's phenomenal. So yeah, Boardwalk's cool, you know, and I definitely walked it as many times as I could, you know, and I made sure to, like, walk it down once all the way to and back. I managed to get some, like, you know, attended some family outings, like I said, you know, I went with my nephew. My sister rented a car, so, like, if she was going somewhere, you know, you could join in and get a ride that would, you know, save you a half hour of walking, you know. So I was able to take advantage of that a couple times, but mostly it was just a lot of walking, and going like, oh yeah, this is nice, this is cool, this is chill. There's some performers on the side playing some music or whatever. It's, you know, is hot and shadeless. Perhaps that'd be the one thing I would question about boardwalks, right? Or at least the Ocean City boardwalk. It doesn't have shade, which you'd think would be a problem considering it is a beach, and people tend to go in the summer when it's hot. So, logistically, isn't that screwy? Oh wow, we made it towards the end, but the timer ran out. We need to hustle more than that. This level does have a 10-second timer, so eek. Bananza's fucking great. I'll say, you know, with the beach week last week, I felt like I should leave it and wait until I was good and ready to play it, and perhaps even good and ready to play it on stream. It was sort of the thing where last week, or 2 weeks ago, I was discussing, like, oh, I want to do the start of Bananza from the shore. And sort of when I got there, I found out, like, oh, I don't have in my bedroom a solid place to put my stream setup. Not like a table or nothing, just like a couple beds, and that's it. You know, I realized, like, oh, this isn't optimal. I don't have the privacy I would need to be loud in front of a mic for an hour or two. And then I thought about it, and I realized, like, oh, what if I instead saved it and then played the whole damn game on Sunday, and that's what I ended up doing, and that ended up being way better of an idea, which just goes to show, you know, sometimes you run into adversity, realize, like, oh, this isn't gonna work, and then come up with something way better, you know. Again, on Sunday, played through the entirety of Bananza on stream. The VOD is up on YouTube and on Twitch for the next, oh, say, 2 months. I'd recommend the YouTube version that has timestamps, where you can, you know... I mean, I'll say, like, you can, if you didn't finish the game, you can go to, like, near the end of the game and see my reaction to certain things. I'll say no more. That's an option. That's a hell of a thing. I was so glad to have seen that, and just delayed to have seen it on stream for the first time. You know, in the moment, wow. Wow, right? Hell of a game overall. Hell of a finale for a hell of a game. You know? Timer's up. Let's go ahead and put up the things. Where's there it is. Okay, end timer. Put up the things. By the way, to address the other card that we sort of accidentally busted through. Oh, first off, another thought about the boardwalk. The thing that surprised me most that had changed about the Jersey Shore is that there used to be at the end of the boardwalk this place called Wonderland, which is like a crappy amusement park sort of aimed more at kids, and that's like gone. Like, this used to have like Wonderland written in giant letters across the top. You can sort of see where the letters would go. It's just, inside is just like a bunch of half-working arcade machines and like some flat rides that are like shrouded in darkness. It's pretty odd. And behind is like a whole bunch of like Ferris wheels, log flume, that sort of thing. Just inaccessible, locked away, going to be destroyed soon enough, I bet. That's the boardwalk. And I'll do the shout out to what are we doing? Yeah. Was just surprised because that's been there all my life, you know? Like, that to me is sort of a staple of the boardwalk, and to go there and realize, like, oh, it's gone. What? Just gone? Yeah, just gone. Is just... And apparently it only closed last year, so, like, I just missed it. You know? Not that it matters to me, you know, like I said, it's sort of aimed more at kids, and it was definitely, like, the weaker of the two, and the farther of the two, you know? We always stay on the end opposite the Wonderland, so, you know, it's kind of a big walk to get there. But I always remembered it as being a place where there was an extra Coer Brothers, like, in the building itself, and I always found that, nice. You know, the smallest Coer Brothers on the boardwalk. Just gone. Speaking of gone, we're all out of, lives now. Thank you, Freddy. I, appreciate it. We tried our best. I can't believe that has a 1% clear rate. Wow, that's a lot higher than I thought. It's a little higher than I thought it would be. Let's not get too carried away. 1% is still pretty low, but I thought it'd be sub 1% by some amount. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Killer, go ahead and confirm you know what to do. On the topic of the last card that got accidentally blown by, I was gonna say Uncle Bill's is a nice little breakfast place which is located near the end of the boardwalk that I was staying at, you know, like, basically, our rental house is right at the end of the on the proper part of the boardwalk. You know, like there's some boardwalk that has like stuff on it, then like it extends for another mile or so without stuff. Ours was just at our house was like at 23rd Street, which means that it's right at the end where nothing was. The rental house that we rented. Anyway, Uncle Bill's was really nice. Had some really good pancakes there. Damn good pancakes. Had it twice. In fact, it was so good. Honestly, might have been the best meal, like full meal at the boardwalk that I had. Just wonderful pancakes, good ass eggs. Can't complain about any of that. Let's punch in the next one. Killer is here. Excellent. Is that an 8? Is that a B or an 8? I think it's a B. D, 4, G. It's always weird that like they don't allow vowels, but they do allow very similar characters like 8 and B, and some other ones that are pretty close. Which one should we do? Should we do fish or should we do fortress? Well, the fortress gets us to the end faster, so let's do fish. Let's do like the whole circuit, maybe, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, here we are. It's 8-1, so that's perfect. In fact, 12 minutes. Let's go. What is going on? Okay, that's not a power-up, so we don't have to worry about that. That's right. Here we go. Indeed. Boardwalk's great. Clearly enjoyed the boardwalk. Only went to that boardwalk. You know, I thought, you know, that Atlantic City we might go there because it's like famous place and all, but we didn't end up going. It's kind of a rat hole, Atlantic City, and it's only really good if you want to like gamble or drink, things of that nature. I don't drink, I don't gamble, so it would just be a place for me to go and go like, oh, this boardwalk is a little dirtier. Huh, that's interesting. You know, a change of scenery from like pretty well maintained, reasonably well maintained, to like, oh, this place is a total sty, you know? Just a dirty place that has some low rent casinos in it. That's my memories of Atlantic City. Like, whenever I've gone in the past, it's been like, yeah, these are some pretty ratty casinos right here. Huh. You know, we'd walk through them and go like, yeah, I guess you could call that decoration. And then we would leave. Maybe we'd have like a burger at a burger place or something. But nothing like especially Atlantic City-y. You know, I'll say like if anyone's... I do think that like, yeah, Ocean City is a good place to stay. Of the... I mean, I guess I'll say like I have no experience with the other, like, you know, beachside cities, other than Atlantic City, which I know is a little bit ratty. And, a lot of places are a little bit ratty, you know, to be fair. A little bit run down, you know. And, Ocean City, which is where my family goes, so, and has done for generations. So it's like, okay, well, you know, if I'm gonna do any beach stuff, it's gonna be there. I do think, as a random aside, I do think I like Ocean City more than any other beach I've been on. I've only been on a few other beaches, I think, in my life. My dad once, when we were kids, you know, when me and my sister were kids, brought us to Pensacola way back when, as just like, you know, me and my ma and my sister, you know, just the four of us in the immediate family. Went there once. I'll say, like, I Pensacola does have prettier waters. I'll give it that much. It's cleaner and more serene. I don't know Ocean City is winning any sort of like Beach of the Year award as far as like, you know, the water's nice. It's not that nice, you know. It's not that clear, you know. The beach is good, but it's not like the best sand in the world or nothing. But I do think good ice cream and the presence of family make it for a better trip than just like, you know, hanging out the beach with your dad. You know, that doesn't really do it for me as much, you know. And I reckon if like if we had that sort of trip in modern times, right, just the immediate family going to a smaller beach as a group of, you know, let's say 6 this time. Let's include brother-in-law and nephew, for instance. I bet that'd be a whole lot less fun than going as a group of 60 with my cousins and extended cousins, and, you know, with the extended family, including the second cousins, of which I remember very few names. And I'm not going to say any names because I do value privacy in these things. I feel like it's best practices not to mention names, even if I remembered them all, which I do for most of the cousins, I'll say. I mean, I'm trying to think if I know all the next generation, you know, the kids of my cousins, of which there are 5. I think I could. I think it's a little bit marginal, but I think I got them. The kids of my second cousins, though, not a chance. I don't even know. That's maybe the weirdest thing, right? Like, that I've found. Just there's a lot of people at the shore every year, right? I have a lot of cousins, and the thing is, they have, you know, as time has gone on, and second cousins as well, they have a lot of those, turns out. Turns out they have, like, more and more significant others, more and more children, more and more, friends sometimes come over. Sometimes. Not as often as significant others. But, you know, it's just a thing where, wow, you know, I'm meeting people who could be, like, staples for the next 40 years or whatever. You know, just like my cousins are probably, you know, they're dating people and having whole lives, and that could turn out very well for them. And then, you know, hey, I'm seeing these people that I met for the first time a lot in the future. Well, I say a lot in the future. Whenever there's, like, a wedding, a funeral, I guess it'd be like whenever there'd be a wedding, funeral, or other family gathering, if I end up going to a shore again. There's a lot more people, I'll say. And also, like, a lot of them are having kids, which means that, there's a whole nother generation, and it's starting to feel more like, you know, it's really starting to feel like I'm in the middle generation now, you know? Because I am. It's really starting to feel like we're the middle generation, and there's a whole bunch of, like, 10-year-olds, 5-year-olds running around, having a good time, and going like, oh, wow, I guess that's the real thing. That's the real people having real shore. Huh. Childhood memories and all that. Good for them. What the fuck? Too many names for me to learn, I think. But, it's still fun, I guess, you know, hey. Thank you, Killer. I'm hitting complete. Let's go. Rock Party, go ahead and confirm you are next. Rock Party, let me hit next. And, I'll pull another card while giving Rock Party time to confirm. Did mini golf for the first time in years as well last week. That's right, did a whole bunch of mini golf in 2 of the courses that they got there. I think they got like 6, some of which have multiple courses. So they probably have like, I don't know, 12 courses in total, I would bet. But I did the adventure, um, whatchamacallit, Pirate Golf, which is next to the Congo Golf, which is maybe like the biggest golf place on the boardwalk, but Pirate Golf was really good as well. Had a lot of places where, like, if you hit it into a certain spot, it would automatically get you a hole-in-one, which was very satisfying. And like, look at this one. Here, this is probably like the hardest one of them to get that hole-in-one situation because you have to hit it up 2 hills and have it roll back down into the thing. Hey, OM. OM, you're gonna have to use exclamation point add and then do that to get your code in there. Oh, also, did I forget to pin it properly on the Twitch side? It probably doesn't matter. Y'all got it. Y'all know what to do, right? Let me just make sure it's all nice and pinned, permanent style. There we go. Here you go, OM. Let me give you a little bit of a tip here. Here's how you submit. You add, and then you put the code in front of the add. You almost got it. And that'll get you in queue. You almost got it. You almost got it. You can scroll up for examples or look at the message I just got in there. Anyway, I'll say, like, on this one was funny. I hit it too hard to get to the actual hole-in-one place, but it hit the side and bounced off at such a perfect angle, I actually still got a hole-in-one, which was really satisfying. Look at this. I forgot I was on the wrong. Here we go. Look at this results. A lot of holes in one there. I'm there under Bry. I beat my parents pretty decisively. Very nice. I also did with the full family, including sister and brother-in-law, and the baby was there too, the medieval golfing, which has like a, whatchamacallit, a blacklight area, which is pretty neat, but only half the course is like that. It was fun too. It was a little bit rougher, like the hole-in-one situations were less reliable, and sometimes the ball got stuck. Like, look at that. That ball is stuck there. Look at that. That ball ain't going nowhere. That just feels bad, man. That just feels bad. Golf is cool. Love mini golf. Mini golf's the best form of golf. I think that's I don't think there's an argument to the contrary. Oh, Rock Party says Pipers. Excellent. Perfect. Confirmed. I think mini golf is so good. I would love to do mini golf more often, but I don't think you can do it while you're not at the boardwalk. I am told that there is actually mini golf to be had in the DFW area. I have been told this. I just don't know if I believe it. Like local mini golf. I don't know about that. Local mini golf? The thing about that makes me go like, yeah, but, you know, is that I do think with mini golf, you can only do a single course once, and then you gotta go to a different course because you've already done it, you know? It's like you've played the level before, you already know it. It's less, fun if you're retreading. But, whatever. Fun thing. Oh, and I'll say, on the second mini golf, I got the, win a free game gimmick. I got into the win a free game gimmick. I didn't do as well on the second mini golf overall, but I did get a free game, which I shouldn't that. I think that should count for something. I feel like you win a free game. I feel like that should count for like the whole thing, right? I feel like that's you should win overall. I don't know. Maybe that's silly. And maybe that's something you say at the start before, thank you for the YouTube subscription. Whoever that was, I can't see because my alert is, my chat is covering the alert. But thank you. Whoever that was, much obliged. Bah. Mini golf is great. Would love to do mini golf now and again. And you know what? It'd probably be nice to do it somewhere where it's like air conditioned as well. That's probably better than doing it outdoors 90% of the time, where it's hot and muggy and stuff. It's alright. It's alright. The medieval one is indoors, but it's still pretty hot. Still pretty hot of a golf course. I don't know. Ah. That about covers the boardwalk stuff. How about another card? Caught up with the extended family. Yeah, that's maybe the main highlight of the shore and stuff, right? It's just like spending a lot of time with cousins, hanging out, talking about stuff, where they're at in life, how things are going for them, sharing my own anecdotes, which, as you may know, I have a lot of anecdotes that I can share. Like, I'm full of stories, and I, you know, have told a lot of them. Oftentimes, soon after they happen on stream, so, like, I am probably, like, prepared somewhat to talk, like, okay, let me tell you about the Japan trip. I could talk for, you know, it's not something I said, but I should have said, like, oh man, I could talk for hours about the Japan trip. And indeed I can, and indeed I have. Like, on 3 particular streams, I have talked to death that Japan trip. You know, the 2 that are during and after. Are they aware you're streaming? No, I didn't bring it up. I did not bring it up at any point, and no one asked. They were more interested in, like, the actual job, you know? Like, the day job that I do. And I'll say, like, for my part, it's like, okay, well, it's not... My day job isn't that interesting, you know? It's just a little bit of engineering. I make a little bit of money. I do better now than I did, like, last time I talked to most of them, which is, you know, a real weight off the shoulders, because, you know, the previous times I had been, like, previous job, I was pretty underpaid, I think, for, like, what a software engineer is supposed to make, because, you know, I was hired at entry level, and, stayed there for 10 years. Now I'm at, like, you know, baseline software engineer pay, which was fun to, like, you know, tell them about, I guess. It's a good time, you know, it's a lot of talking to people about things, figuring stuff out. Also, I was able to get with my Orlando cousins at the shore and talk about, like, hey, what are we doing when I come to Orlando next month? And we agreed I'm gonna spend 2 nights at my cousin's place, and we're gonna do Disney on Friday. So I've added an extra day to my Orlando plans as a result, which feels great because I was really unsure if they would be down for it based on tentative texts, of which I couldn't get a straight answer over text, but in person, it's very easy to get a straight answer and to really, like, lock in some plans. That's gonna be a fun, really looking forward to that trip a little more. Yeah, no, I didn't mention the streams to any of them. One does know, one of my cousins does know, and I mentioned it to him personally because he's, like, involved in some level of, like, TV or podcast production or something. He was telling me how he was doing some series with Netflix or something recently, and about, like, oh, you know, he's doing some series with Triple H that's going on Netflix sometime. And I was like, wait a minute, you're saying I am 2 degrees of separation separated from Triple H? Apparently, yeah, you know, he's talked to him. He's like you know, he's like a producer or something, my cousin is, and he, like, went out and met with Triple H or whatever to do some documentary type thing about WWE, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. A lot of stuff like that, you know. What's everyone been up to? How you doing? talking about random bullshit. There's one cousin who watches Giant Bomb, you know, who the website that I like, and I talked to him a bit about Giant Bomb. I only found out he was a Giant Bomb man like 3 years ago at grandparents' funeral. Was that 3 years ago or no? That was right before I started the job. I started like a year and a half. It was like December 2023. I found out that, oh, we have another Giant Bomb fan in the family. I had no idea. There's multiple of us. It's a great website. He knew I was a fan because he had seen me in like Twitch chat and whatever. I don't think he's aware that I also do streaming on the side, you know. Hey, Chard. Oh man, that felt like I shouldn't been having, you know, you saw it. It was a very close thing. It was fun to catch up. There were a whole bunch of parties and things of that nature, you know, if that makes sense. Whole bunch of parties. Let's do the shaft and then I'll... This first arrow is real. Yeah, this is what they call... Is this what they call a Kaizo level? I feel like it has... It doesn't have any shell jumps and things of that nature. I don't know if I'd call this a Kaizo level. More a precision level. What do you think? What is the classification of this? It is hard as balls. I'll say that much. I'm not saying that to like offset the difficulty. Just I don't know if it doesn't have shell jumps. I guess shell jumps aren't a necessary part of Kaizo bullshit. It's nice to talk to people and do things in a social fashion for a bit. There were a lot of parties. Pretty much every night, you know, people were running around, meeting somewhere to do something, and I, you know, attended a whole bunch of them. Let me just see here. We were all staying in beach houses like this one that had living rooms like this, and oftentimes there'd be some sort of gathering in one of them. Or like some other sort of gimmick, like the first, I think Monday, we did like Beach Family Feud, which was like Family Feud, but like different teams, you know, all the various families, you know, and it was a bit of fun. We all, you know Family Feud, right? Maybe you don't know Family Feud. I'll be honest, I didn't know Family Feud until I saw a quick look of a video game of it on Giant Bomb like 10 years ago, so... You know, it's stuff like, top 5 professions, and then, basically, the gimmick of Family Feud is the guy asks, they do a poll, a survey, they ask 100 people for, like, a thing that you think of when you think vampire, and then you have to guess, like, you guess, like, which words there are, you go one by one, family member by family member, and then, like, if you don't get them all, the other team can steal if they guess one of the ones you didn't get. Which is a pretty good setup for a, quiz show, I'll say, nearly won. Or there were like, let me see, 8 teams, of like 5 each at this thing, 5 or 6 each. Our team almost won, but there were just a few too many questions that were like just, you know, not real. Just like, oh, which family member has the most tattoos? And it's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck has tattoos? I know that, you know, my one cousin's fiance has, like, a, arm tattoo, you know, like a tribal situation. But that wasn't an answer. Instead, my grandma was there as a joke. Right, those coins are lies. The levels haven't been that difficult, I don't think. They've been okay. I feel like we haven't played that many, honestly. because of some bullshit like that, we lost, but, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter, it was fun, and we got to play the maximum amount of rounds, which was a good time. And then I think was that the night where I got ice cream at the other place because I wanted to get ice cream from the boardwalk, but it was like 10 p.m. and about to close and also about to rain, so I was like, okay, well, I'll get the ice cream at the non-Coer Brothers. That's fine. That's fine. I think that was that night, actually. More photos. There was also a decades party where the gimmick was everyone had to wear something from the decade they were born, which, I'm very fortunate I travel with like 12 t-shirts, many of which are nostalgic, because I had a game that came out in the year that I was born, at least in Japan. Super Mario World on a t-shirt. Perfect. Just really nice. There were also some really nice views from the rooftop of that particular house, which were nice as well to look at. Timer's up. We'll do this last try. I did burn a little bit of time with those pictures and all that. So we'll do this try, and then we'll do the last 5, and then, yeah. Okay. Very good. Very close. One last thing. Probably my favorite of the party nights was the night that we went and did Mafia. Y'all know Mafia, right? It's been probably like most of a decade since the last time it's probably been since the last time I was at the shore since I played in person. I don't remember if I played digitally in the last 10 years. But used to play a lot of Mafia online, and also have played it in the past at the shore and things of that nature. Really fun thing to do. Haven't done it in ages. I feel like I did pretty well. I am not very good at lying. I'm not very good at being Mafia in person. I feel like I have some real tells. Also, I'll say like, so they put the 2 tables together, right? And as they're putting the 2 tables together in this orientation, they're like, okay, we got this. Okay, put it there. Yeah, it's like a cock and balls. We got the cock and balls layout going. And from there on out, like anyone who was sitting, I was sitting on the balls, and I kept on saying that repeatedly, like, okay, you know, welcome to the balls. How you doing? Like, ball solidarity. There was one time where the Mafia was entirely on the shaft, and I said after, man, if we had had some ball solidarity, we would have been able to knock this out, but no, sad. Very fun. By the way, if you're wondering, yes, my cousin's 12-year-old was there. There he was the youngest person at the table. I'm sure he was fine with it. The rest of us were just a bunch of dudes in our, dudes and ladies in our 20s and 30s, pretty much, so it was fun and good. There was one round where I was Mafia, and I tried to cover it up by, like, getting a little bit, like, litigious about the rules, you know? I knew that, like, as soon as when I was up, I would probably be too like, smiley, right? So immediately I'm like, okay, so there's a Miller in this game, right? If y'all don't know the Miller comes up as Mafia when investigating. And I basically started off the game by just saying, like, okay, the Miller should just claim right now. If the Miller claims right now, then that takes a card away from the Mafia. And by, like, going into this real, like, inside baseball strategic shit, I was hoping that I could, like, offset my mafiosa-ness. And I don't know, I still got caught that round. I don't know what I did wrong. I was very focused on the people who tried to get the Miller claimer lynched. You know, they kept saying, "Oh, we gotta kill him." You know, he claimed he was the Miller. Why'd he do that? And I'm just like, he has a claim! which I feel like I would have done if I was not Mafia, so I think I was playing the part very well, but, you know, apparently they thought it was fishy that I wasn't, like, you know, paying any mind to anyone who wasn't, like, angrily doing the thing, and also not taking part in votes against anyone who... I said at the time, like, oh, you know, I wouldn't vote against anyone who I wasn't suspicious of. I think that was consistent, but they did get me. I won the final round, though. The final round was just down to me and one of my cousins, and I was the Miller that game, and I claimed immediately, as you do, and they didn't kill me for some reason, so it was just me, a cop claimer, and my cousin who was the Godfather, so he wouldn't turn up if the cop had detected. I don't know how to explain Mafia and all the various roles off the top of my head, but I'll just say, like, I correctly sniffed out that he was the Mafia man, my cousin, and not my other cousin's son, you know, the 12-year-old. I figured out it wasn't him. I said, like, okay, I think it's you. Let's go with you. And he's like, oh, you got me. And we all laughed and celebrated. It's like, it was 1 versus 9 for like half the game there. And I was so happy to have lasted as many rounds as I did, 1 against 9. You know, I basically have gotten it down to a 50-50. That felt pretty good. And that's fair, yeah, we did sniff out the other 2 members of his Mafia squad really quick that round. 2 or 3, I forget how many Mafia we were rolling with, but it was... We kicked ass that round. Thank you, Rock Party, we weren't able to do it. Let's go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next one. Naruto solos. Let's go. Naruto solos. You are up. Naruto hasn't said anything in a minute, right? I think Naruto hasn't said anything in a minute, but that doesn't mean Naruto won't when I put Naruto's name in chat. Let's go. Naruto solos. Say thing when you're ready to confirm, and you will be nice and good. We're still, well, it'll be sudden death if you don't confirm, but yeah. I'll ask y'all, do y'all find it harder traveling in a big group? I'll say, I feel like that was one of the big stressors of the week. You know, it was very nice going to the beach, going to the boardwalk, hanging out with the extended family. The travel days were hellish. You know, both of them, I had to get up at like 4 a.m. because my ma had booked like the earliest flight you can do, and both of them got delayed somewhat, so that was annoying. And I don't know. I feel like we all have different approaches to traveling, tendencies, you know. I don't mind packing heavy, you know. I don't mind bringing like as much clothes as I think I might like, you know, and just packing as much stuff as I might use. You know, I brought a bunch of streaming stuff, ended up not working out, ended up having a better idea midway that involved, like, just, you know, not streaming at the boardwalk. So that all stuff was wasted, but I'm fine with that. There's very minimal cost to lugging it across country for the opportunity of maybe doing a thing. I feel like it's a lot easier to travel alone. I feel like, you know, when I was at the shore and talking about the Japan trip last year and saying like, oh yeah, I went alone. A lot of people are pretty impressed, but like, man, going alone is easy. You go to the airport and you just wait. And no one's gonna, you know, no one's gonna like complain or bellyache. No one's there to like put a damper in the travel day. And hopefully you got up at a good time of day as well, you know? It's just you, and, it's stress-free to a certain degree. I have found simpler, less, of a hassle. I don't know, maybe that's just me and my family. It also might depend on, like, you know, finding someone with a whose travel style is the same as yours. You know, my sister, I think, spent like a while trying to go on trips with all of her friends and kind of ended up being like generally unsatisfied by like, oh, this friend doesn't really want to go places. This friend wants to sit on beach. I want to go places, so this is not the friend to travel with me for. And eventually she met her husband and, simpatico. Big traveler, likes to go places, works for an airline, gets to fly for free. Excellent. And as wife, she gets to fly for free now too. Perfect. Like, that's just as good a match as you could ask for, you know. I don't know. I'm happy traveling alone though, and I definitely think it's simpler to everyone to make their own accommodations and their own arrangements. And certainly I was hearing about like the Florida-based cousins and hearing like, oh, there's like a couple of them, right? A family of them. My cousin's mom and dad do a road trip. Cousin and fiance, they flew out like on Monday, and cousin's older sister, another cousin, flew out like on Saturday. You hear that and go like, oh, you can do that. You can all just take separate flights whenever it suits you. That sounds like a better thing to me, honestly. Like, I think I would rather take an evening flight, for instance. I don't know why. I scheduled the flights for the Orlando thing, and I scheduled the flight back in the morning, and I'm realizing after, like, oh, I should have just scheduled it for nighttime. Why not? Why not? I don't see Naruto, so let's, go here. I don't know. I find it, can be hard. Can be harder. It's, to me, easier. I'll say, I do think it's easier the smaller the group is, right? Like, when I was traveling, I've gone to Universal a couple times with my ma. That's easier than going anywhere with ma and dad. And that is certainly easier than going anywhere with ma, dad, sister, and brother-in-law. Each individual family member adds like a little bit of difficulty factor. I won't count that one. You just jump right away. This is maybe a hard one to do sight unseen. First try. Or second try even. Naruto, you might want to confirm, and also if I should play some other level, you should tell me now, because we're out. I'll do the last card, shore related, and just say it's good to be home, It's good to be home is like the big thoughts I have after the trip, Like, the stress of travel is one thing. There's also a certain stress of, like, the rental houses themselves, I said before that, I showed the rental house and the living rooms, right? The living room is nice, but as far as, like, my personal space, this is pretty much all I had in my rental house. Just, like, a very small bedroom that was mostly beds, Small beds at that, not really suitable to fitting me, a large adult male, And also very sandy beds, for some reason. I don't know why. I guess I was getting sand in them at some point. I don't know. But I had to, like, take an end table from elsewhere in the rental house to have a rental table, or have a end table for my bed, which was weird. And the room also didn't have any lights in it other than the bright lights, so I had to borrow a lamp to get any sort of, like, lights at night situation. The rental house was kind of falling apart, at least the one that we had in general. And this bedroom, man, I feel like every time I'm squeezed into one of these bedrooms, it's like, these are not suitable for living in, and you have basically no privacy, no good place to hang out and chill and watch TV and anime and things of that nature, and it's just so nice to get home and have all the creature comforts that I am used to. You're kind of slumming it a little bit while you're at shore, but it's fine because, like, oh, you're here for family. you're there for beach, you're there for ice cream, you're there for boardwalk. And the rental house is just like, yeah, it's a bit shit, but you deal with it. And, if you get one of the shit rooms, you're probably not paying, which is a good thing. If and I assume that's sort of the case for everyone. I hear like the other rental houses were paid for by my grandma or some other matriarch in the family, so like everyone is slumming it a little bit, but also, that's fine. It's cheap, at least for most of us, for people crammed in. I suppose if you split the cost all across everyone staying in each house, it would be more equitable. But you wouldn't want to pay for a shit room. You would only want to pay if you were in one of the nice rooms with a balcony and a private like bathroom. Even some of them have. That's the ones you pay for. You don't pay for the shithole, hole in the wall that's miserable and barely enough place to like sit down and watch some anime. I was able to use the living room like late at night. Like if there was no one there at night, I'd be like, okay, well, I might as well use this nice couch and watch on my laptop some anime here. But like usually the nephew and the parents were there watching the nephew, which was a whole situation. Very, in a way, I'll say, family-wise, kind of was a stressful trip. I feel like we were kind of at each other's throats. We were definitely at each other's throats by the end, after travel, regardless. I'll say, like, on the whole, I'll say this. The split of payment was that my sister paid for the rental car and my parents paid for the house. My sister got the better deal because for the price of a rental car, which basically gave her freedom to go wherever she wanted and get away without not walking anywhere, she was able to, she had all the freedom in the world, whereas the rest of us had to walk. And also, she could leave the baby at home and the parents would have to watch and babysit, which meant that effectively, for the price of a rental car, she got a rental house plus babysitters to watch the baby the whole weekend or the whole week, which kind of seems like a bum deal, paying for the rental house and then having to babysit the whole week where you're supposed to be on vacation. That's messed up. Something there doesn't quite make sense. That's, in retrospect, kind of shit, isn't it? But, the nephew was very cute. I enjoyed occasionally, like, hanging out in the living room and him running around, doing things that a toddler does. Occasionally he'd be like, pick me up, or give me a hug. I'm gonna hug you. Some stuff like that. And that's pretty cute. That's pretty cute for a little guy to do. He should talk. He should learn how to talk soon. And that'll be interesting. That's the end of Shore Talk. Shock Pichu is up next. Shock Pichu, go ahead and confirm. Excellent, Jose. No problem, Jose. I think you're still in the queue there. Yeah, you're still coming up. You're still a little ways away. I guess we've been going through slow, I think mostly because, well, I have had these whole like photos to share, but mostly because we've had some levels that are harder, on the harder side. I'll say lightning round to start. We'll say at 8. Let's say at 8. Let's relax and take our time. Go for a couple more levels before doing more of that. I don't see Shock Pichu. You know what? I'll do another card. We have plenty of cards tonight. Doesn't hurt to do another one. Although it's good to be home. Although I would like to get a new home soonish. That's right. That's sort of a thing I have to think about now, which is like, now I've done the vacation, and there's just one vacation left in the year that I have planned out, and after that, like, the big priority will have to be, like, figuring out all that I need to do to get a house. I want to get a house. I want to get that whole process started. I understand it's expensive. I'm willing to pay. I'll say, like, as soon as I got home, one of the first things that happened after I settled down was like, nice. I got this apartment. It's all nice and air conditioned. One of the first things that happened was that the air condition turned off for like 20 minutes for no reason. Maybe it being off for a week and then being expected to cool it down all the way from like 74 to like, reasonably cold. Maybe that overwhelmed it or something. I don't know. It was very annoying and frustrating to me and just made me go like, right, yes, this place is a rat hole and I'm frustrated by it in many ways. It's also been vibrating randomly, like the walls just go like, and it's just like, what is making that vibrating noise? It's just a wall. Is it the fridge? No, it's not the fridge. Is it the fucking, the whatchamacallit, the microwave? Is it the microwave? No. I'm just going like, God damn it, stop it! Stop it! Why won't you stop it? And it's just vibrating. I'm just being driven mad by the thing. That's why I always gotta have music or noise playing in the apartment, a video, or if not just like an actual YouTube video that's like substantive, just like some Mario Kart music or something, Like, there's all those great videos that are just like 7 hours of Mario Kart music, stuff like that. Put one of those on, and it's like, oh, there we go. I can't hear the vibration now, and I also can't hear the kids outside being noisy and yelling constantly. I gotta get out of here. And I will, sometime later this year, probably around, like, December when my lease ends. That's, need to start looking at houses, need to start figuring out, like, okay, how does a mortgage work? How does, getting one of those work? Need to start figuring that out. That is, I'm looking forward to that, but I'll say, like, right now, maybe thinking more about Universal Studios, and then, like, after I go there, yeah, we'll start seriously thinking about how all that business works. There's plenty of time, and, there's really no point in looking right now. It's too soon to lock one in, but I can at least figure out, like, where am I gonna get the loan or whatever. I don't know how that works. I'll figure that stuff up. There's probably YouTube videos about it, right? I can watch some. Let's play a bonus level. That sounds fun. I don't see Shock Pichu in chat, so it'll be sudden death. Charge actually got air conditioning this month. Wow. You in, like, an older area of, the world? Or of America where they don't have, I feel like air conditioning. Oh, Shock Pichu just turned up and is here. Excellent. Okay, choose from the bottom of the list. From the bottom. Okay, so let's pick forest then. Goomba Road. Goomba Woods. The second word was giving me some trouble there. I'll say I'm really excited about that Universal trip. Probably will have more to say about that in the coming weeks. Maybe this week, give it a little bit of a break. Like I said earlier, we'll be doing some stuff with my cousin that week, particularly some Disney stuff at the end. If anyone has any opinion, like, how to spend one day at Disney, I wouldn't mind that, but I'm thinking I already have a plan, which is like, yeah, Hollywood Studios in the morning, Epcot in the evening. Maybe I could slip in, like, Magic Kingdom and do that one new ride that they have, Tatiana's. Like, the one that replaced, Splash Mountain. I could do that. I wouldn't mind doing Tron again. Should I get the Genie Pass for me and my party? I don't mind the sound of that, but I do wonder, like, maybe it'd be more fun to, like, plan it out more spontaneously, versus, like, okay, at 10 a.m. we ride this ride. At 11, we go and do Thunder Mountain. What's at Hollywood? We start with Rise of the Resistance, and then we go and do Slinky Dog. You get Slinky. How easy is it to get the Disney Plus Slinky Dog? I mean, I guess it wouldn't be bad to plan it out like that. I don't know. I just would prefer something a little more spontaneous. But also, it is just a bonus day on the end of a epic universe focused trip. So, you know, regardless, I'm fine with whatever, however that day goes. Excellent. Thank you, Shock Pichu. I am hitting confirm, and or I am hitting complete, and bringing up the next. It's 06I. It is 06I. Let me hit next so that 06I can see, and then I will play the next level by 06I. 06I says hi. Excellent. Let me do another card. We'll say 745 for the lightning round. Hey, did you hear that Hulk Hogan died? Fuck that guy. It's good news. Hulk Hogan was a terrible person, and now he is dead. I think, I for one, am very happy about this news. I am by no means alone in this. It is very sad. No. It's very happy. I was thinking about Ozzy Osbourne for a second. That's very sad. I'm sad about that. He was great in Brutal Legend, which you could have picked up for free the other day if you were paying attention on like HIO. It's Brutal Legend's pretty good. Story-wise, I do feel like it's a little bit of a weird game, especially when it becomes a RTS in the back half, or like in the last 2/3, really. But it's cool, and I would recommend like playing through it for the story, as I would recommend, you know, probably multiple, you know, Double Fine games in that same way. 12 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Fuck that guy. That's it. That's the statement. I think after this, I think if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's right. This is the level where you hit the switch and then things come out. I think we got pretty far in this last time, so we'll hopefully be able to see this to a conclusion. Anyway, I'll say, really, I don't really watch wrestling, so I don't really have that much an opinion about the Hulkster, other than I hear he's one of the most horrible human beings that you could imagine. And I was hearing some crap about how he, like, snitched on, what was it, Jesse Ventura trying to unionize back in the day? Unionize all the wrestlers and all that? And because of his snitching, they still don't have a union, which, you know, you could say has had drastic long-term effects, especially when it comes to, like, the health and well-being of all these, lovely people that do the wrestling. Like, imagine if they had a union that said, like, it wasn't okay when they took brain damage, and you had to, like, compensate them or some shit. That's on Hulk Hogan, to some degree. He's a terrible man. Anyway, I'm happy he's dead. And, I think most people were. Was there anyone who was unhappy that Hulk Hogan was dead? I mean, I was gonna say, like, does he have a wife or children? But I bet he has ex-wife and ex-children, and I bet they are probably happier than most, you know. He strikes me as the kind of celebrity who has, like, you know, had no happy marriages, anything of that nature. Like, oh yeah, for sure. He is a, you know, not to knock it, you know. I, too, have not had any marriages, happy or otherwise. Nor do I know if I will. It's broken. It gets hacked? Yeah, something has gone wrong. machine is broken. And we got a checkpoint. What's with this beeping? This one is screwy. Seems like you have to run off a little bit early. But not... Use the shell as weight. Ooh, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that. It's still a little bit, screwy, but that works. It's broken again. Anyway, condolences to the family, loved ones, etc. of Ozzy Osbourne. We were all sad to see him go. And Hulk Hogan should go fuck himself. You know, whatever. He's dead, so that's just it, but, weird thing, you know. I don't really believe anything as far as, like, religion or anything of that nature goes, so, you know, I just believe that people who are dead are, you know, gone or whatever, you know, just, that's it, there's nothing. I guess if you do believe, though, you can have some fun imagining Hulk Hogan in hell, which I do agree that's a nice thought. Him burning for all eternity or whatever, but nah, he's just gone. That's what I think. That's why I'm freezing myself when I die. I wanna be cryogenically frozen. I feel like that's the best use for any money that I make while on this mortal coil. You know, what else? The great thing about cryogenically freezing yourself, I think, is that once you're dead, or once you're like to the point where you would need to cryogenically freeze yourself, you're what else are you gonna spend your money on? Like some nephew that some nephew? I don't know. I'd rather it be spent on me, making it so that I can see the future. I wish nephew the best, long term, but I'm gonna live forever. That's the plan. If you're curious. Hopefully they'll bring me back. I don't mind if they bring Walt Disney back as well. Just, you can test on Walt Disney, you know. You can see what happens with him, and then bring me back after. We'll see what happens. The future, it's gonna be a long time, I think. It's about 7:45. I think that's a pretty good time for the first, for about to start the lightning round. Tell you what, we'll do one more non-lightning round style, and then we'll start the lightning round. Let me hit complete. And bring up the next one. It is Ida Girasu. Ida, go ahead and confirm. Gonna do a Master Chief. I guess the Master Chief has frozen himself for some span between games at some point, or been lost in space and whatever, but I don't think he really, like, moved that far forward in time. You know, he's still, like, you know, in the same time period, right? I imagine that, once it gets down to it, and, you know, they gotta be like, okay, well, we gotta wait until there's a cure for Alzheimer's, and for getting really old and dying, you know, and also a way to unfreeze someone. That's gonna be like probably 100, 200 years, I would bet. I don't think that's anytime soon. Hello, Volcano Joe Banks. How's it going? What are we doing? Any level? Okay. Teaser the lava lift. Do we want it? It's clear check for the full level might be the one that kills me. Can we do the teaser? Endurance, the stairs of despair. Oh, let's do a teaser, the lava lift. That sounds nice. And it sounds like a nice short one with a fair clear rate. It sounds like. Um, this might be a little difficult. It did say that the clear check for the final was going to it was going to kill Ida, so, take that as you will. These are hard jumps. These are hard. These are hard jumps, don't you know? Hey, Axel, Brodia, how you doing? Yeah, I don't really know, like, how... I do think it's kind of a weird thing, to die and leave all your money to a nephew or whatever. That's just... Hey, we got it! I think that was better than the average clear rate. Let's go. Weird thing to die and lead all your money to, like, a nephew and not someone who's, like, directly descended of you, but, you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know who else I would leave my money to if I wasn't freezing myself, which I will do. Do I need to, like, sign some paperwork or something that says freeze me? Like a living will or something? Also, that says, like, oh, if I'm, like, gone, go ahead and freeze me. Are these easy jumps? Well, certainly it didn't take me that long, actually. Maybe they're like medium difficulty. Those are maybe medium hard. Second time you made a keys or cover for a hard level, you couldn't clear check and then clear check the full level in under an hour. Oh, is that the final one? This one right here? It is like an hour separated from it. Ha. Okay. What if you pass like an explosion or event where they can't freeze you? Yeah, I guess you have to have something put in stone there. At the very least, they should freeze the brain and hope that eventually they can put it into a robot or something. Nevermore is the full version of that? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what happens if you die in such a manner, but also, like, I won't be around to realize that. So, like, I guess someone gets the money and belongings or something. I hope that they figure out, like, how to, estate sale everything in a reasonable manner. I have a lot of good shit. I'll say. I don't know. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. I'll probably die an old man, I think. I think I'm dying an old man in the year 2300. In the far distant future, after being frozen for a few hundred years. I think that won't be a thing. You wake up in 300 years and inflation would drain your savings. Or, you get that interest, Philip J. Fry, you have billions and billions of dollars, and you're one of the richest men alive? I don't know if that would really work if Philip J. I feel like interest would be beaten out by inflation for a real-life Philip J. Fry. But, man, I wouldn't mind seeing the year 3000. How dope do you think the year 3000 would be? You think they remember video games at that point? Or, can you find... I hope once I get to the year 3000 that I can still, like, find a working Nintendo Switch 2. Or at the very least be like, oh, hey, this is... Yeah, we got, like, retro handhelds, and they run everything from the last 1,000 years. Except for the last 50 years, which is all covered by copyright, of course. But, before, like, 100 years ago, oh, yeah, go wild. That you can... In the year 3000, if they still have all the Nintendo games still in existence, if they still have record of them, they will be public domained, which will be pretty, cool. Unless, of course, Miyamoto freezes himself, or some other creator of them does, in which case, like, that becomes a sticky wicket, doesn't it? Probably laws will change by the time 3,000 years rolls around. I bet there won't be copyright in the manner of which we know it now, in 1,000 years. I bet it'll be a lot more free. A lot more just like, yeah, make art if you want to make art. I bet. That's the hope, right? We might have to have multiple societal collapses before that happens, but in 1,000 years, like, stranger things have happened, you know? Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. It's Jose, who is, I believe, was Jose saying things, like, relatively recently? Relatively recently, like a few levels ago. Jose, do say something. Yes, I will be freezing myself. Yeah, I do believe so. We'll see what happens. He is here. Don't worry. Just good to check. But folks, I do believe now it is time. Do you know what time it is? Folks, it is time now for the lightning round. The lightning round is the time around midway into every stream, a little bit earlier, honestly, tends to be, wherein, from this point on, instead of a timer, we now have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 in some specific circumstances. 1, the first level of the night whose person is here. That's Jose. 2, super worlds. 3, clear rates under 1%. Those are the 3 conditions that get us bonus heads. They come in a variety of forms, and will be randomly decided on. Yada 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 yada. There we go. If society collapses, will the cryo be abandoned? Quite possibly. You gotta hope, though, that the lab retains power. Hopefully you get a lab that has, like, a backup generator. And then, like, when society rebuilds itself, they're like, oh, hey, you know, people from the past, they might know things that we don't know anymore. That's interesting. I don't know. The only thing I do know is that you miss every shot you don't take, so you should freeze yourself. You miss every shot that you don't take, so you should cryogenically freeze yourself. Or you won't get a chance to be lost in a in a bureaucracy fuck up. You know. You can be in the ground, or you can be in a filing cabinet. Misplaced. Which would you rather be? You get better odds with the filing cabinet, I'll say. Let's do the level. Jose, we got 7 tries. Let's do it. Could be like a Pompeii situation where, like, you know, they find, like, oh crap, there's been all these frozen people. Let's figure out how to revive them. And, you know, we'll probably people will spend a bunch of time thinking about, like, okay, well, how are we gonna, you know. These labs gotta make a profit, so they gotta, like, be constantly rolling out new technology, right? And that new technology could be like, ooh, you know, even in the case of societal collapse, your body will be there as a capsule. Maybe the whole chamber is so cold it stays cold, even after, like, losing power for a few hundred years. The thing about cryogenics is that they do have to figure out how to unfreeze you, even like, you know, assuming that they, you know how to unkill someone. They also have to know, like, okay, how do you unfreeze someone without them dying? If records were lost, you know, they don't know if you had, like, okay, we know how to cure bonitis now, but what if they had, like, Parkinson's or cancer or something? You know, bonitis being the fake disease from Futurama. You remember Bonitis? The guy from the 80s? The 80s businessman? Were people in the 80s big businessmen? Was that a real thing or just a, yeah, it was staying in place because it was at the end on the moving platform. Kinda nifty, that, isn't it? The platform and the, twirly both move at the same pace. So it ends up being a wash, I suppose, and it never turns around. That interesting. First rule, don't forget about your bonitis. Yes, you get your bonitis cleared right away. You see a doctor, and then you do your hostile takeover of companies, assuming there's still capitalism. I would, with the rate of which capitalism has been going so far, I would sincerely doubt that capitalism is alive and well in the year 3000. I feel like there is some reckoning coming in the next 100 years, and I wouldn't be surprised if we all live to see it, honestly. We might be very, very old, though, by the time that reckoning comes. But thank you for the level, Jose. Let me go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next one. Hey, you know what we have as a big topic of tonight? A reasonably big topic of tonight. That's right, anime. 2 weeks ago, we had a stream where there were 36 anime to discuss in one night. And like back then, we will be pulling 3 at once. That said, there's only like 7 that have started since the last Mario Maker stream 2 weeks ago. So we'll only be pulling 3 twice, or 3 times. And let's just start that out right here, right now. Barnstormer, by the way, you are up, so go ahead and confirm. Barnstormer says, is that Roy? Is that, who is that? Which one is that? That is the one with the blue hair. That'd be, Ludwig? I think that's Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig with Roy's glasses. That's the confusing part, because I totally did think Roy with the glasses, but yeah, it's Ludwig, even if he's cosplaying as his brother. Can you cosplay as your brother? That seems like a thing where it stops being cosplay. It's just dressing as. Borrowing his clothes. Here's a 3 pull. 3 anime. I watched the first 3 eps of Dr. Stone Science Futures Core 2. I watched the first 2 eps of Togen Anki, Legend of the Cursed Blood. And I watched the first 3 episodes of Sakamoto Days, Part 2. So yeah, Dr. Stone season whatever it is, Part 2, off to a fantastic start. I think that this arc is going in a great direction, and I think it's a lot more exciting than the last arc was. So that's real fucking good. Really enjoying that. I don't have that much spoilers to talk about with Stone. You don't have to mute. You don't have to mute. That's it. That's the conversation. I'm not going to go into spoilers. There's really no need to. It's good shit. That's all I need to say. There was Token Anki, which also, as some places said, it was like Legend of the Cursed Blood or something. It seemed alright. The animation was pretty okay. Something about like Oni and Momotaros, I guess is what the synopsis says. And something like a high school situation where there's a bunch of Oni who are trying to control their tempers or something. And it's supposed to be that the main character is the angriest, but it seems like they're all kind of angry. I was kind of watching going like, this is fine. This is a perfectly good shonen. And then I saw it was 24 episodes, and I said like, I'm not really feeling it 24 episodes worth. And I said, okay, you know what, drop it. Got to through the second episode, and I was like, no thanks. Basically is where I stand on that. Yeah. And finally, also, Sakamoto Days is back. Sakamoto Days continues to be really good. Really like all the characters still. The stakes are very high. The action that they're doing is very good. And they are like leveling up, I guess, you know, which is kind of what you want from a new series of an action show. Like everyone's going to new heights. Great. Yeah. That's kind of all there is to say about it. It's to show that you know, people have been watching. I feel like with these shows that I've already been watching, there's not that much to say about them other than like, oh, I could give a general synopsis of like where they are, what they are as shows. You know, Dr. Stone is about rebuilding the world from scratch. It's sort of like, you know, 5 seasons in, so they're pretty far along the tech tree now. Uh, Sakamoto Days is about an overweight John Wick who is really good at doing some John Wick type bullshit. Somewhere between Jackie Chan and John Wick, I would describe him as. They're both good shows. I don't have that much to say about it. Dr. Stone has many episodes. Yeah, it's like 5 seasons in, 4 seasons in. This is the end of Ocarina of Time theme. Excellent. I recommend both shows heartily, but, you know, if you're already in, you're already in. I mean, you can get in, and I would recommend that. I feel like Dr. Stone, of the two of them, is the stronger recommendation, but, you know, they're both gonna be fantastic seasons, I think. Dr. Stone, I feel like, of the two, has really gone the distance, you know? I feel like every season of Dr. Stone impresses. And is like, at the very least, great. If not phenomenal, you know. The worst you can say is like, yeah, I was kind of, didn't have as many inventions as I was looking for. You know, didn't quite move as fast as I would want it to, but still was damn cool and got you to the next place. You know. It's never had a bad season, I don't think, Dr. Stone. It's just had seasons that were, like, not as peak. You know? Which is to say, they're still fantastic, just, it's been better. Again, minor criticism. Not even a criticism, just saying, like, yeah, it's had its ups and downs, but it's pretty consistent, and it hasn't fallen off. Really. Hey! Link Zelario, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Let me give you the good old-fashioned shout-out as I do. How you doing? There you go. Link Zelario is playing Mario Maker 2. Excellent. Hey! It's also good to see you, see, Game Boy again. And others. Swabfather. I think Swabfather was not here as part of the raid, but Link Zelario is. Probably a couple others as well. It's good to see. It's good to see y'all. It's good to see y'all. Let's go. I'm gonna hit complete, by the way, on that level. That was a very nice music level. The music sounded good, as I hope you could hear over me, like, being a little wishy-washy about how much I love Dr. Stone. I love Dr. Stone, don't get me wrong. Just, the last season was not as good as it has been, but it was still pretty damn good. My main problem with the last season was it was just, like, ramping up, not at like, full velocity. This season seems like it's at full velocity. You got through a fair bit on the DDR pad? Wow. DDR pad, huh? That's different. I'm using a controller. Regular-ass controller. Very good. I do believe, is that right? Freddy Fazbear is up next? Let me just check that real fast. Yep, Freddy Fazbear is up next. Freddy, go ahead and confirm. I was just making sure I didn't, like, fat finger it or something. I guess I wasn't looking when I pulled up the level. Let me go ahead and hit... Oh, there you are, Freddy. Just as soon as I hit the button to make the thing appear, the message appear, you said, hey, how you doing? Beautiful. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect confirmation there. Let me pull another 3 cards with another 3 anime on them. This will be another quick set of anime. Like I said, not much has come out. I watched the first episode of Kaiju number 8. I watched season 2. I watched the first episode of Nukitashi the animation, and I watched the first episode of Goi wa Mille Farilli. I don't know how you say that. I mangled it pretty bad, I'm pretty sure. Let's see now. So, Kaiju number 8, season 2. Yeah, it's off to a good start. I feel like I want to see some more badass, wacky shit, and it'll get there, I'm sure, but it's just slowly getting back into the swing of things. That's fine. Hey, whatever. Uh, Nuki Tashi the animation. I feel like we should talk about this one because I'll say, like, it's one of the last shows to air in the season, so I didn't know what to expect from it. And honestly, kind of thought it would be not a real show since it wasn't, like, on any of the streaming services good and proper. So I didn't know what to expect, and pulling it up, it immediately starts with a, like, informational thing about the setting, which is an island on which everyone is constantly fucking. And there's just, like, a bunch of like shots of various parts of the island and just like couples as far as the eye can see just fucking ramming each other, just fucking going at it in the streets, just just thrusting into each, fucking. And I'm just like, what the fuck am I watching? What the fuck is this? I just I'm kind of blown away by it. It basically takes place in the most like orgy type, it's a premise right out of like hentai essentially, and the main character is trying not to fuck, and it's absurd and over the top and ridiculous in the way that just, I don't know, I kind of appreciated it. It wasn't bad. It's kind of fun, in fact. It's like, oh, he turns around a corner and a bunch of girls come out, 5 of them, and he says like, oh fuck, they're gonna force me into a 5-way, and you just go like, what is this line? I gotta screenshot this line right now and share it, because what the fuck, man? What the hell? What show is just this frank about the whole shit? It kind of blew me away. I think just how over the top and absurd it is works for it. And like, it's so over the top that like it can have things like, there's a point where the dude's just like, oh yeah, my hobby is making Ona holes. Fake vaginas, in other words. 3D printing them, in other words. And you're just like, yeah, that's just a detail you can just have in passing. Yeah, dude likes, real holes. Go fucking figure. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not out of place in this show. You're right. You don't have to stop. You don't have to stop moving. It's a pretty fast-paced thing. I was pretty blown away, and I'm kind of still surprised by what the fuck I watched, but I'll watch more of it. It makes sense that no streaming service in America wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole, considering the content. I'll say it did not have any, like, nudity in it, nothing visible. Just like, as far as a viewer could tell, it's all humping, You know what I mean? It's just clothes on so far. No visible nipples. Some shows have visible nipples. This one has not yet. It probably will. I mean, I think it would. I would bet. And the final one honestly seemed fine. It was like a slice of life show, club romp show about a cappella girls. Seemed okay. The main character was kind of cute in a shy way. She was kind of shy in a fun way. Problem was, I couldn't get a good localization of it. It doesn't exist. The one that's out there seems to be missing a bunch of subtitles for like a quarter of the lines, maybe like 10% of them. Just like lines are just not translated, and you're just like, okay, I can't watch this. If it's not going to be fully localized, I'm out. Okay, let's put in the thing. We're basically done with anime now. There's just one more show to talk about. Honestly, it's kind of a light lineup. Last time we got through the lion's share of shows. The first week of of July kind of has like most all of them. It turned out. What the hell are we doing here? What? You were not expecting any of that. Yeah, I talk about anime that I watch. That, it's a whole thing, isn't it? Well, that was an interesting one, I'll say that much. God damn it, is this just luck? What the fuck? Do I have to, like, move in a way that, welcome to the stream, Game Boy! I hope you like hearing occasionally about some fucked up shit. There's some fucked up shit out there. It follows you. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, this is the theme where it'll turn around and stuff. Yeah. I was just thinking that I was determining when stuff spawned in. But no, I can totally, like, slow it down. You gotta really, like, you know, be aggressive with it. It has a 0% clear rate. Oh. Well, that does mean that we get bonus heads. Bonus heads do come with a 0% clear rate. But I'll also say that a timeout does count for all of our heads. Is it all of our heads or one for every 100 seconds? I don't know how. I feel like we haven't, somehow, since this rule has been in place for the last 6 months, we haven't had a level that really stresses it, like this one might. I guess that means we haven't had a 0%, or even a sub 1%, like, getting over it style level. We don't have that many getting over it style levels anyway. Hello, 09IC. Similar name to the other 06I. Except you're 09. 09IC. Oh, it's an L? 09LC. There's an 006I. So, you know, that's why I had that, reading. That's why I read it that way. This is just 1-1, right? So, this shouldn't be... This shouldn't be that hard, I guess. Fuck it. Got a lot of levels in queue, and honestly, not that many cards. Should we be thinking about when to close up shop? When to call it for you know, last call, close the queue? We might have a pretty short, like, first round of the lightning round, but, you know, hey, with this many levels in queue, to finish it off will take a while, too. Might not be a bad idea. I'll say this. Here's my thoughts. Let's talk about games I've been playing. So, after Bananza... Dang it. It's a 0. You can pronounce a 0 as an O. 0 can be pronounced as O sometimes. That's a valid. Is it not valid? No, it's valid. Like, what's that song? Does that song with the phone number in it include O's? When you're, like, giving out a phone number, right? You say O. When I give out my phone number has... It does have an O in it, right? I think it does. I think I say O and not 0. 9675309. Yeah, you say it O. That's correct, yeah. I'm trying to remember if that had an O in it, but it does, and you do say O. 867. There you go. You were pretty close. As far as I know. What do I know? 867 does sound more correct, yeah. Anywho, we're like 200 seconds left on the clock. Let's relax and get it done. How? Ha ha ha! Like, okay, start moving now. We have about 102 minutes left, basically. Tell you what, we'll do 200 seconds more for the last two heads, but just 200 seconds. And that'll, like, you know, make it make sense. You really have to pull back to stop it, huh? Anywho, there's just one more new anime to talk about. Why don't I just talk about it right now? We'll just do a quick poll, and then we'll talk about them. Which is just that, hey, you know, last one, I watched Let's Go Karaoke, and I also dropped Busu ni Hanatawa O, and also dropped Cultural Exchange with a Game Center Girl. I would describe the Let's Go Karaoke as being like a Dragon we already have at home. We already have like a Dragon at Home type game, type show, which is like, oh, it's about a Yakuza man who wants to be better at singing. The Yakuza man isn't really like that fun. He's no Kiryu, and it's also like not really as good as like, say, anything like a Dragon is. I feel like they were playing with fire, inviting the comparison to Like a Dragon by having the concept being so like a Dragon coded. But whatever. If I wanted to have more of that, I would just go back to Infinite Wealth, which I never did finish after getting it real late in last year. And then, yeah, I just dropped these two anime from which I mentioned 2 weeks ago. The first one, just because I wasn't really buying the romance, I realized it took me a while to sort of land on what I thought of Busu ni, and then I decided, like, oh, it's mid. What it is mid, I should drop it. It's too busy of a season to have a mid show, and Cultural Exchange, I thought, started pretty well, but, like, as it kept on going on, it was getting a little bit more weird about the concept, right? Which was that, oh, you know, this guy, he meets a foreigner, and sort of unintentionally flirts with her by buying her a bear, or like a one of those gotcha, you know, crane game. I'm gonna get a crane game for her, giving her the thing. And as that show went on, there was more of a thing of like, oh, you know, his sister got involved, right? And his sister is like, oh, my friend, who is, by the way, in middle school, happens to be the girl. And he's like, oh, you know, that wouldn't be you, right? Hitting on like a middle school girl, right? And he's like, oh no. And it's just like, oh, is this not a romance then? If, like, the thing is, she's, like, a middle schooler. It's just so... I feel like it gets a little confused about, like, where the fuck it's going with its whole premise. And, I described it on AniList as, like, getting a little bit soggy. Getting a little bit, like, muddled. Also, she starts speaking Japanese a little bit more frequently, where, like, you wonder, like, oh, I guess, is this like a Red October situation? Did they just say, like, okay, mother voice actress can't speak English, so it's okay, you can speak Japanese, and we'll just hunt for Red October this scene. Some of her thoughts are in Japanese at a certain point. It's just like, I'm kind of confused, like, how the logistics of this all work out. And, it was on one of the busier days, so I said, okay, well, you know what? Sunday, I think I have like 6 other shows, and then I said, okay, Well, I'm gonna cut it. Might cut more, to be determined. Hey, that counts for 5 lives. And we'll do another 200 seconds worth because we do have time left over. We should think about whether a timeout does cost the bonus heads. Maybe a timeout should just cost every bonus head in addition to the other stipulation. You know what I'll say? I'll say after this point, that will be the rule. Timeouts do cost all bonus heads. Just baseline. You know, to avoid any sort of funny business. But for now, we'll go for another 200 seconds as previously established. Alright. That's anime talk. We talked anime. Really, there wasn't much to talk about. Honestly. Like, one real show that merited a conversation, you know, but the rest are just like, yeah, it's back. This is back as well. This is also back as well. And these weren't very... Honestly, I'll say of the other shows, other than Nukitashi, they weren't, like, bad, but they were, like, enough of a hassle to get a hold of, or otherwise, you know, not good enough where it sort of makes sense to go through the trouble of watching them, if you get my drift, you know? Like, it's kind of a whole thing to watch a show, a whole effort to watch a show, and like, if it's not... I do feel also just like later in the season, right? When you're the last show up, you're being compared to all the other shows that have started, and, you know, last one in the gate, you gotta be like, okay, well, I'm already committed to like 20 other shows, so like, what are we doing here? I think you're just right out. You missed your chance there. If you had come out like first or second, maybe we'd be having a different conversation, you know? But when you're the last one, it's like, okay, I'm pretty booked up, so you best be like impressive and shit, and not just possibly good, you know? You best like blow me away. Which is a difficult thing. Not everything can manage that. We got 40 seconds left. That's one more try. Let's do this. We got 35 seconds left. That's one more try. Let's do this. We got 23 seconds left. That's like most of a try. I think that's done. We're close enough now, we wouldn't get it. Well, probably wouldn't have gotten it anyhow. It is worth noting that not a lot of people have tried it. Oh, I forgot to hit the like button. Let me do that. Let me get that for you, Freddy Bear. And then we'll go to the next level. My bad. Yeah, from here on out, bonus heads will disappear if we have a timeout. Or at least a timeout of about, you know, like a 500 second timeout. If it's like 100 seconds, that's fine. You know, if it's like 100 seconds or 200, that's not bad. 300 and above, that sort of timeout will just decimate the bonus heads. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And go to the next one. It is Killer. Spike doesn't gain momentum in air. Yeah, I was sort of feeling that with that level. There were a bunch of times where it's in midair and it's just, I can't do nothing. I wonder how long that took to clear. What's the clear check time? Just 3 minutes. Wow. I mean, that's probably getting high up there. Like, how many minutes can you do in a level before the timer's like all the way up? Not sure. QWERTY says killer. Excellent. One more thing about anime. In the future, I think returning shows will not get cards and the image gimmick upon return. Like, when they're just coming back for another season, we don't need to give them the whole business. Also, it adds a lot of overhead to make all those card images, so if I can just get, like, you know, 10 of them off my plate, that'd be nice. We'll just do, like, a summary card that includes, like, all the returning shows in the future. But that's for next season at this point. There are no more returning shows for this season, but next season I'll try to remember and do it differently, you know, next time. That's anime. Anime is good. I am watching a lot of anime, and there's good things every day, which is what you want. There's maybe still a few shows I'm a little ambivalent on. Honestly, I feel like I'm ambivalent about the, See You at the Food Court, but also that's like 6 episodes long and I've watched 3 of them, so might as well just finish that off. It's alright. I like the characters well enough, even if it's not like the best. Let me see. Do I have it on my phone here? Yeah. Okay, this is not... Okay, there it goes. Hello, Vashid. 8-ish minutes. What's 8-ish minutes? Was I talking for 8-ish minutes? Oh, that's the maximum a level can be. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that was the answer to the question I asked and then forgot about. Let's keep going around the horn here in Killer's, this is the final world of your super world? Yes, world 8. Let's keep going around the horn. Oh, cool, a tank level. You know, I should do at one point a level like this. That's a fun gimmick that, remind me in a year, do a tank level or something with the moving floor and all that. That'd be a fun gimmick to do. Okay. That's... I don't know if I'm really in the mood to start making after, you know, just being... finishing my super world a year ago. Or, you know, a few months ago. But eventually, one day I will. I died twice, didn't I? I died twice, so that's 2 lives. We should keep a better... We should remember to be, on top of that. This sort of traditional tank level is cool, so... You know, it's worth doing once in your life. I do believe every genre of level I would like to make one of... Well, I say that. I think it is a good exercise to make at least one of every type of level sometime in your life. I also do think that some types of level just, you know, aren't that palatable, you know? Like, I think I'm good never, ever, ever fucking around with the car. Honestly, the car just is not a good item. Has anyone ever made a good car level? Asking that is just in general, like, is there a single good car level? If there is, it's probably the ones Nintendo made. Like, as part of their, like, introductory super world. Like, that's probably as good as you get for the car gimmick, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't think of either how you can do a car level that's any good at all. The car doesn't have movement options. Yeah, no, it's... And like, if you make a level that's just, like, long, where you have all the opportunity for the car to get up to speed and do some big jumps, you just burn up real estate so fast. Like, you are basically making a 30-second level maximum, and that's with a screen transition. That's with a point where you go from your subworld to your overworld, which, by the way, means that you're limited in, you know, how you use the ending. Like, the overworld cannot be as a big continuous stretch, or otherwise you have to figure out how to fit the ending in a place where, you know, it doesn't interfere with everything else, I guess. I wouldn't mind making a car level at some point. I just really... I think I've tried, but, like, you know, like everyone else, it has been fruitless. It is a fruitless endeavor doing car stuff. If anyone ever does have a car level that they are proud of, please feel free to put it in there. I just cannot for the life of me think of a good car level. Maybe I've seen them, honestly. Maybe there's been ones that have been alright, but it's such a difficult conundrum, I guess. I would describe it as a conundrum. We're doing pretty good. Did we pass a checkpoint? If we passed a checkpoint, that would refresh our lives. But it's fine either way. If I were... Oh, here we go. That's definitely a checkpoint, so we get our lives back. Excellent. Almost got it. Dang it. Almost had it, but had to, back up for a second. This is cool. The way that the shells move so slowly makes them difficult to get to while staying safe. What the hell? We made that one go way too fast. Whew. Not sure how I kicked that one and didn't die to it earlier. Like, why was it stopped? Oh, damn it. We're getting pretty close. This was a hard level, so let's hope to, finish it and not die. Is there a mushroom I can get? Mushroom would really help a lot. There's probably a mushroom hidden over here. Why didn't I think of that? I probably did some of the previous attempts, didn't I? Been a bit since I played Mario Maker, you know? For once, it's been 2 weeks rather than 1 week. So, I'm just a touch out of practice. Just a touch. There we go. The mushroom was, key. Mushroom was key there. Very Mario thing to do to hide that mushroom right there, so, you know, I can't complain about anyone doing it that way. That is the Mario way. But, I need to remember it. That's the way it is, you know, that's the thing. Let me hit complete. I'll pull up the next level. OM, go ahead and confirm. OM, I'm gonna put you into chat. Meanwhile, why don't I, pull up... We'll do one last conclusion thing on, AnyChart type stuff. And then tell you what, I think like let me see, how many cards do I have after this? I have like 6 more cards. Yeah, that's more than enough to cover the 12 levels that are in queue. After this level, we will close the queue and move it along, but and go to last call, and then start wrapping up. So it'll be a nice normal length stream, hopefully around 4 hours total. Let me. I got my while we wait for a second. Oh wait, I gotta connect my phone to the thing before I can show the thing on screen. 1 second. Mirroring my screen now. Again, OM, go ahead and confirm. Now's the time. Why don't I just look at... I got here on my phone, like, AnyChart up, and it has, like, a list of all the anime that I'm watching, and also an advertisement up top for... I don't know what that is. I'm not going to worry about that. I have here on Thursday 5 shows: Dr. Stone, Outcast Restaurant, Dan, Solo Camping for Two, and Water Magicians. All really good. I think maybe Solo Camping for Two is honestly the weakest of those, and I don't mind it. I kind of like the premise enough. You shall join the queue shortly. Excellent. Try to do that before the queue closes. Though I do like to let people who are new get one in regardless, but ideally that should be cases where people weren't here beforehand, you know? Friday is pretty packed. It has 6 shows: Call of the Night, Taco P, Secrets of the Silent Witch, Watari-kun, Betrothed, and Nukitashi. Apparently Nukitashi is a Friday show. I was sort of behind on anime for the whole week while I was at the shore, so I kind of just caught up with Nukitashi like middle of this week, so fun. A second Nukitashi like within 3 days of watching the first one. Saturday is probably like the most packed day that I have, with Anne Shirley, Kaiju number 8, Ferment no Rory, which I do think I like, Rascal, Dress Up Darling, fuck yeah, Dress Up Darling, Bad Girl, Bad Girl's pretty good, I liked Bad Girl a lot, Fragrant Flower, Summer Hikaru Died, With You on the Rain, which I think is nice, and Private Tutor. I'm not sure if I love Private Tutor. It might be a little dry. I might cut it. I'm gonna see what next episode is like before making the decision. Sunday, I got Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, which I'm not as in love with anymore than I was when it first started, but I'm still watching it because I've watched the rest of it. Witch Watch, Ruri Rocks, those two are top of the season right there. Apocalypse Bringer is really good. Oh, that needs to... There we go. That needs to get out of there. Gachi Akuta, and City the Animation. Pretty kick-ass Sunday, honestly, with 5 killer shows and Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, which is okay. Monday just has 5 shows. Tomorrow at the Food Court has only 6 episodes, so it'll be over soon enough. I can't get to the button. It's Come on. Let me put in that I'm watching it. Okay, doesn't matter. OM doesn't seem to be here. Yeah, we'll do sudden death if OM's not here, but let me give OM some time by saying, like, Summer Pockets, Sword of the Demon Hunter, Sakamoto Days, and There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover, unless. I do think of these, my favorite right now is There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover, unless. I think that Sword of the Demon Hunter has been a little bit drier than I'd like. And I think the Summer Pockets is pretty good, but also just like a series of romances that are disconnected from each other. There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover is like a really good, like, Weathering with You type show. It's like a better Weathering with You, I would describe it as. It's like one of those. Rent a Girlfriend, Couple of Cuckoos, Turkey, and it's just those 3 for Tuesday. Tuesday's the least packed day, and that's fine. Hey, that's one of my stream days, so it's fine that it's not so packed. Wednesday has Vending Machine, Cleva Test, which is very good. Seventh Prince, which I love. Ushujin Muju, Moo Moo, Mikadono Sisters, which I'm really enjoying Mikadono Sisters. That show's really great. And New Saga, which is also, again, really great. And I think that's all of them. It's something like how many shows exactly? 30, 40, something in that range. It's kind of a lot. Wouldn't mind dropping one or two, and certainly like two of them are gonna end pretty soon with Food Court and Taco Beat both being like 6 episode shows. So that's fun. Most days have just like 6 shows, which is a good amount. Where I watch them all, and then when it's over, I'm like, oh, I'm done with shows now. Now what am I going to do with the rest of the day? Oh, I kind of feel a little bit put out when I'm out of stuff to watch, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm gonna watch now. I'm still like in the mood to sit back and watch some shit, but you know. I'll say I mostly watch anime. I don't watch that many live action shows. I don't watch that many like Western animation shows. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on with like live action television these days. It's hard to catch up on Saturday, I think. Yeah, there's so many shows on Saturday this season. It's sort of a problem. But, it's the weekend, so when I get home on Saturday nights, presumably, I'll say like the last 2 Saturdays I was traveling. Oh, hey, switch character to Luigi. Excellent, I will do that. That says, be Luigi. Do you mean Toad, like Blue Luigi, or do you mean Luigi? Oh, yeah. Please clarify, Game Boy. Oh, also, by the way, I'll say, a perk that subscribers have is the 2 perks that subscribers have. They have 2 options. One is to skip the queue once per stream. That gets you an express pass. It's called the express pass, like the universal thing. And that lets me have... Let me just establish. That gives me only 3 tries to beat the level. That gets to skip the line. That's the case whether in or outside the lightning round. It's always 3 lives refreshing at checkpoints for the express pass. If you are the other option is called the instant refresh, and you can do that instead. And what that does is, if as a subscriber, you can at any point during the lightning round or any time really refresh our lives up to 7. Anytime there's lives in play, you can take our lives back up to 7. And that applies to, other people's levels. That applies to, if someone's in sudden death, you can put them to 7 lives, right away, as if they're there. If you see a level you want to see more of, you have the option, Game Boy, to say, we want 7 more lives of that level, please. It is up to you. Or any other subscriber. Game Boy subscribed earlier this week. Wanted to explain the perks to him and make it clear, considering that you have this option. The power is yours to do this once per viewer level stream. Either of them. It's a mutually exclusive thing. I'll say I have given thought to making it so it's you get both. And you can skip the line once, and maybe you can refresh for someone else as well. I feel like that'd be a fun way to do if it was it was you can donate it to someone else. I feel like that'd be more fun to encourage more more of that sort of stuff, but that's just an idea right now. I haven't set that in stone as of yet, but it's a good idea. It's a good idea. One day, maybe. Thank you, OM. I think we finished the level, right? And we did so without using our lives. You want to skip the line? It does require a Twitch subscription. If eventually when I get YouTube memberships, that'll also suffice, but money. Or a Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a subscription for free once a month, with Bezos bucks, as some call it. Yeah, you know, when I get access to YouTube memberships, we need more subscribers. People subscribe on YouTube. I recommend people subscribe on YouTube. I would appreciate it. It makes me feel good to see that number slowly rise. And give the VOD some love too. That would also help with the eligibility towards that. More watch time on the VODs and things of that nature. Let me hit complete on OM. And Chard will be up next. But before we get to Chard, we will be going to last call for levels. Go ahead and do that real fast like. That's right, it's time for last call for levels, during which I will play some of my own levels and, you know, sort of give y'all an idea what kind of levels I make. What, should the theme be this time? Have I done the sun other than the one level in the super world where I did the sun? Did I do the sun before that at any point? Let me see, let me think. I think because my vacation was also nice and sunny, let's have the theme be the sun. Which I think might just mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure that just means we'll do one level, and that'll be one of the latest levels too, and then we will, hop on, we'll go to, you know, we'll close the queue and then do the thing. Get your levels in now, please. Now's the time. And also, if you have gotten one in, you can still get one in. You know, this is the time for additional submissions. Hello, Koto. Koto, we're in last call for levels, so if you got a level, I recommend a little bit of hustle. Mind you, I don't mind reopening the queue for a new viewer. I feel like that is a good policy to have. But time is short. This is the sun. This is my level that has the sun in it. And, yeah, that about sums it up. Did a lot of thought, did a lot of thinking on this one, because the thing about the sun that I feel like is hard to deal with is that the sun is only threatening like 3 blocks above the bottom of the screen, so you have to do some very specific design to make it work. And in this case, I accomplished that by the use of a platform that you bounce off, and you can see that if you're down there when the sun passes, you're in trouble, because the sun, you know, passes that point. Funny with an auto-scroll level like this, the sun only passes every once in a while, so for a pretty long progression, you're kind of just like, it only passes like a couple times for the whole ride, which is kind of, you know, an unfortunate thing, but honestly, with a sun level, you'd probably run faster than this, so like, you'd only get so many passes of the sun anyway, so, you know, I think it's a, overall, pretty solid. Pretty, you know, you get more passes, I think, than you would otherwise, just with a level where you you just can run unrestrained. I do believe that's the only time I've used the sun so far, which, you know, considering that there's 70 levels here, kind of sad if you think about it. And I'll say, like, I've actually never used the moon, which is another shame, I think. It's a shame that the moon just hasn't ever gotten its time in the sun, you know? Ha ha. Is that funny? Sort of a dad joke. Maybe an uncle joke. I am an uncle. I am an uncle here, you know? To some, to one, second uncle to a whole bunch more, third uncle to another whole bunch, I guess. I don't know. The moon has never hit your eye like a big pizza pie. Yeah, I've never put it in a level. Well, how would I even use it? Would it be like one of those levels where you have to, like, not get the moon? Or How have anyone who has used the moon? How did you use it? Did you use it just as like a, oh hey, you can kill all the enemies on a screen, or did you use it just like, oh, you can kill all the enemies on the screen? Parentheses bad. Like, what do you think is the best way to use that? What do you think is the best way to approach that? That's something for me to think about as I, sort of just don't make levels anymore and just wait for Mario Maker 3 to come out. I should make that trailer for the Super World that I finished like 3-4 months ago, but I never got around to it, You've used it to add anti-troll? Gotcha. Yeah. You don't see it very much. The moon is very rare. When's the last time anyone saw the moon? When's the last time we saw the moon here? A normal, traditional level? Maybe. It would have to be like a hard one, right? Like, it would have to be like a, one of those, I could see it working on, like, a boat level, or like the tank level that we saw earlier, but like a more hectic one where occasionally a wipe might actually be useful. I don't know. That's gonna do it for last call. That was a nice and quick last call. I haven't used the sun very often. That's why it went by so quickly. The editing and visual effects in your stream are insane. Thank you. I have a lot of hotkeys on my stream deck, and I've spent a bunch of time like setting up my OBS to work exactly how I like it, and to have a lot of like good polish. I think it looks nice. I like to make the game as big as it can be, which is why I don't like the thing where it's like the gameplay is like a smaller box and then it's me and then some chrome here and some stuff out there. I'd rather the gameplay be as big as possible, and if I'm covering up a corner, that's fine. Here in case there's doubt. Oh yeah, you confirmed I think beforehand, didn't you? I think you're cool. Yeah. That was a G, not a 6. I'll correct that now. The instant refresh animation is really good. Yeah, I love it too. It was a nice one of the things I really love about streaming is that you work for like an afternoon, right? You put in like a couple hours of work to rig up something dumb, and then it's there for years and years and years, right? Like, the lightning round has been around for like 3 years. It's gotten like additions to it over time, but basically the work that I did to make those heads go down like 3 years ago is all the work that was needed. The starting soon screen is basically unchanged for the last like 3 years practically. You do a little bit of work and then you're just, it's cool shit for forever. And sometimes you don't have an idea that will, like, viewer level stuff, it's all evergreen, I can use it now, I can use it today, I can use it next week, and every Friday until I'm dead. Or rather, until I'm frozen on ice, remember. I'm gonna freeze myself. That's one of the things we were talking about earlier. Callback. Is that a callback? I don't know if that's really a callback. That's just a thing we were talking about earlier, I want this. Thank you very much. Very good. You fuck mother ass. You can probably beat this easy with the mushroom, says Chard. You would think! Oh. Another mushroom. Let's go. Jump! Right into the poison. Ah. Yeah, it's good to like, when you got the invincibility frames, grab some more of them. Yeah, that's just smart to do. there's some ideas that are less evergreen, but even for those, you know, you spend like an hour or so whipping something up, and then you have a nice, very fun, like, you have a nice, very fun, like, you know, 10-hour stream, and then it's like, oh, you know, that was just a great time. What do you want? It doesn't have to be anything more than that. Just one really good stream with a silly idea at its core, and that's just a lot of fun. I love that about streaming. You do a little bit of prep, you have a dumb idea. The thing I love is you have a dumb idea, you put it into action, you do some shit in OBS, and then you're ready to have a really nice high concept stream like an hour later. Maybe like the next day. Preferably you wanna get your shit working like the day before. You don't wanna come in half-baked. Sometimes I come in half-baked, and it's not great. You know, like, oh, I forgot to make sure the game worked. Oops. Well, I played that console like 100 times, so I really had no reason to think it wouldn't work. But, technology is sometimes a real son of a bitch, you know? You spend some time cooking up some bullshit, and then you put on a fun stream that's, you know, based on some dumb conceit that's fun, and it's all a good time. And then you move on with your life the next day. Fuck. Okay. I can go up here. This feels like the end. This feels like the end. Look at these mushrooms moving together as a pack. My god, doesn't that look hideous? It looks like some pulsating beast. I guess it does look like some sort of fungus monster, actually. Like, that is kind of fitting. It looks like, a weird fleshy alien that has like an air sac situation going. Ugh. Got through. Let's go. Thank you, Chard. Let me go ahead and hit complete, and we'll pull up the next one. Swab Father just did some emotes in chat. Excellent. Swab Father is here. Meanwhile, I still have some cards left, so let's pop one and talk about it. Hey, of course I have a card for Donkey Kong Bananza, the big game of the last 2 weeks, and I've been playing it all week since I did a stream on Sunday. I talked about that a bit. Did a big 12-hour stream on Sunday where the basic idea was I was going to try to beat it in one session, which I wasn't sure like how hard that would be at first, and then I heard like, oh, the how long to beat is like 20 hours. And it's like, oh god, maybe 2 then. And how it turned out was that stream was 11 hours and 57 minutes long. The maximum size of a length of a YouTube VOD is 12 hours. It was 3 minutes under the maximum time I want a stream to go these days, since I don't want to split them into 2. I find that really unelegant as far as VOD stuff goes. I finished the game in 12 hours, just flat, and that was just really a hell of a day, a hell of a night. It was so fun seeing each level in turn. That game's really long, I'll say. Like, on that first play, it just feels massive. It feels like there's so many worlds. It feels like each of them is so massive. Each of them requires you to do so much, and it's kind of a surprise that what it requires you to do isn't collecting bananas. Like, the bananas don't get you the progression. The main missions get you the progression, or, you know, speedrunners have been finding a lot of ways to break that progression down. Nintendo went out of their way to say, like, oh, well, when we did Odyssey, we were very careful about sequence breaking. And then we figured with Donkey Kong, what the fuck? It's a game about destroying, about destruction. Let you go a little wild. You can skip worlds if you want. And sure enough, the speedrun I hear is down to an hour and a half now. That's insane. I cannot wait for AGDQ, for Bananza to be at AGDQ. It's gonna be nuts. That's gonna be so good. Bananza's fucking delightful. Switch it up is the name of the level. Gotcha. The clear rate is below 1%, so we get heads. Bananza's a fucking delight, isn't it? Since I finished it on stream on Sunday, I've been getting as many golden bananas as I can. I see what this level's deal is. I've been getting as many golden bananas as I can and doing some of the post-game stuff. I'll say I've done... How should I say this? I've gotten just over 500 golden bananas, or bananium gems, or whatever they're called. And I've done all the post-game stuff that you can access at that point. You get heads when the clear rate is less than 5%. Less than 1%. It is very strict. It is. Maybe it should be a little loose. I've considered moving it up to like 2%. You know, being a little nicer, but 1%. Fucking hell, that didn't feel good. 2% maybe would be a little more reasonable. This went so fast. Jesus Christ, I'm not even... Fucking fuck. That first run went really well, huh? That first run went really well. Alas. That's, yeah, that's the lightning round for you. Sometimes it goes really fast. Thank you for the thing. Let's, It is a shame. I agree. Easy Weeble says the description. I don't know. It seems pretty hard to me, but man, I wish those other 6 runs were half as good as that first one. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Thank you, Swab Father, for the level. You got 2 things to talk about here? Oh yeah? What do you got to talk about, Game Boy? Food and art. Food and art. What, in Donkey Kong? Yeah, the food in Donkey Kong is pretty good looking. There's a lot of levels themed around food, which is cool. Artwork-wise, it's really great. The new Donkey Kong design is fantastic. The whole game looks phenomenal. The worlds are very colorful and detailed. I'll say, one thing I will say of Donkey Kong is, y'all, show of hands in chat. People playing Donkey Kong. Have you finished it? You should finish it. You should finish it like, you know, soonish. Do it before, you know, spoilers start, like, being publicly posted, I guess. I think Nintendo, you know, Nintendo is doing a thing where they release avatars based on games that are out. I would hazard a guess that, there might be some spoilers in the last round of avatars for Donkey Kong, okay? Get it done. And I'll say, like, that finale is phenomenal. And, my god, you can absolutely go, you have to go, Freddy? Sure, it'll be sudden death, though, when you come out. Don't worry about it, I got you. That final area, that final sprint of the game, goddamn wonderful, had such a good time. Really just knocked me on my ass. Go, you know, if anyone's played the game, finished it, just know that, like, my entire first time seeing that part of the game, it was live on stream, and during that time I was, yeah, that's right, I stream on YouTube as well. There's some people on the YouTube side, Freddy, for instance, Freddy Fazbear, for instance. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. It's Rock Party. Rock Party, please confirm. You could go see my entire reaction to the end game if you want, and there's timestamps that basically point to like near where that starts. And I'm sure you can find like the start of, you know, the cutscene. Some cutscenes that would be fun to watch reactions of. I am thinking at this point, like, man, when is it ethical to post spoilers in YouTube Shorts, in YouTube short form? Like, reaction-wise, that sort of thing. And I think the answer is when Nintendo publicly posts them themselves. At which point, I can do the same. I think at that point it is ethical, and we can start talking about some crap. I think I already talked about and stuff, that stuff already perfectly fine on that Donkey Kong stream, which, you know, was after the spoiler point, so like I didn't have to hold back and be like, you know, I really liked it, and that's all I'll say. Bananza's been a goddamn delight, and like since I finished it, I've been exploring the worlds more, getting more bonus areas done, collecting bananas and other collectibles, and just having a hell of a time. It is, I think there's not a bad moment in that game, and it's just like the most pleasurable shit that's been in a video game since like Tears of the Kingdom. I was asking some people on Discord, on some Discords I'm in the other day, like, what do you think? Tears of the Kingdom or Bananza, which is better? I think everyone is basically at the same point insofar as thinking like, okay, this is like a one or the other situation. You know, this is like a they're both world tier. This is like a Bananza is game of the year, I think. It's so fun. The way that you collect the golden bananas to get your skill points is just a really good loop. And honestly, I think it might be more better than like collecting moons in Odyssey, just because it has more of a incremental reward to it. You know, it's always rewarding to get more bananas, even after you finish the game, even after you've unlocked stuff, even if there's nothing that it's like putting in front of you that particularly unlocks after like 100, 200, etc., or, you know, 30 in this world, etc., etc. Like, it is just inherently rewarding and just so fun to be like, oh, banana, punch, 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 get through this wall. Oh, it's a banana. Ah! And it is just a delight in so many ways. I think everyone should be playing Bananza. I think that, you know, it's a hell of a thing. Rock Party does not seem to be here right now. So, I think that means that I get to choose, right? Unless Rock Party was Rock Party here a minute ago? Well, if Rock Party was here a minute ago and it said Pipers, I know he would want us to play Pipers. But I could play Example, which might be... Did I already finish one of these levels? Yes, I finished Harlem Heat's Can You Dig It? It's a lot easier than the other levels here. And I also finished the Shell Jump Into Me, which is a kind of one of the harder levels, but also, you know, you just have to do the things. The babies. It's so good. Oh yeah, the sudden death babies. That's right. When it's sudden death, it's the Baby Mario. I remember when I had that idea like 2 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago. It's probably closer to 3 years ago now at this point. Jeez, time flies, huh? I was just so happy, and sure enough, it's been a staple since I came up with it. It's funny seeing the reactions of someone for whom this is new to them, because like I've had these babies around for the last like 3 years, these baby heads. I don't really think of them anymore as being like particularly choice, but you're right, they are inspired. They were inspired. Maybe they still are inspired. Donkey Kong Bananza is fucking inspired, man. Like, I cannot say enough good things about it. Eventually we'll have to have more spoiler talk about it, And I'll say, like, the end game stuff I've been doing has been very fun. And it's very fun to, like, slowly work my way towards, like, 100% up golden bananas. And, do some big end game stuff occasionally as I reach certain thresholds. It's really compelling, really fun. And, yeah, I really like the way all the Bonanzas. Oh, Rock Party's here. Fantastic. We did just finish your level, Rock Party. We just finished example. You know what, though? You probably wanted Pipers, didn't you? You wanted Pipers. Should we give Rock Party a Pipers? Oh, let's be fair here. Let's be nice. I got you, Rock Party. Let's do Pipers. We did complete a level, though, and I think we should be, you should feel good for that. Yes. Man, Bonanza's so fucking good. I really love the Bonanza forms. I think that it is just so fun to occasionally, like, bust one of them out and use it to, like, really cheat. They feel like cheat codes. They feel like, oh, you can use your skill and, like, chunk jump really good to get up this place or to get across this gap. Or you can turn into an ostrich and just fly, just basically for free. And you basically always have a ostrich ready to go. You always have a Bonanza ready to go. There's really no reason not to Bonanza. It's just so fucking powerful and good and useful. Yeah, one day we're gonna beat this one. One day. Might even be tonight, who knows? I got most of this area really clocked. How hard is the last area once we get there? Dang it. This one is beat. It needs an hour-long documentary. What, like a super edit of all the times I've played it? There's been some YouTube shorts documenting, like, some moments in there. And certainly I should make some YouTube shorts of, like, that time where I went down the shaft and died in a funny way. The thwomp shaft. I saw 06i did a Twitch clip of that. I could easily turn that into a short, but I do like to make my own clips just to, like, determine, I might want to add to it a little bit, versus just, like, what was in the clip made on the fly. I need to get back to, some Twitch clip / YouTube short production. Been sort of too busy for that with the travel and all, but now I am freed up to do a little bit more of that. Certainly we'll be, picking through that, Bonanza stream and trying to pull out, like, all the best bits. Like, if there's a time to do Bonanza shorts, short form content based on that Bonanza stream, it's probably right now. It's probably, the most topical it'll ever be. Though, I'm gonna refrain from spoilers until, like, I don't know, whenever it's, ethical. Whenever I can do that without it feeling like, oh man, I don't want to. I don't want. I don't want to do a short that spoils someone. Ever. That seems like a real dick move, That feels like a, oh, that should never happen, right? Avoid at all costs. Good luck clipping a 10-hour stream. Oh, well, look, I've done it. I've done it dozens of times at this point. It's just a thing where there's so many streams that I'm really behind on clipping up streams is the thing. So I have, like, I think I recently did a count of how many streams that I have left unclipped. And it's somewhere in the manner of, like, 50 to 100. Let me see. It's on my phone right here. One last try. Let me see, backlog, no. Streaming, clips and shorts. How many per? Catch up? There's 3 left from 2023. There's 72 left from 2024. There's 41 left in 2025. 116 total. That's the last time I checked, which I think was before I went on vacation, so it's gone up by 3 now, including tonight's stream. So that is, yeah, I don't know how I ever catch up on that. Except that, you know, so long as I'm clipping up new stuff and I have YouTube enough for, like, to furnish the YouTube shorts, I'm okay with that, I guess. Dang it. I'm okay with it so long as there's, like, a steady stream of fresh-ass shorts that are funny and good, and hopefully do well. Sometimes the algorithm, I think, really fucks me, but I don't know. In fairness, when sometimes I give it like, oh, here's a Yoshi's Island short, and it's like, I guess I feel you, YouTube algorithm. Who the fuck are you supposed to show a short form clip of me dying in a dumbass way in Yoshi's Island 2? I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just a funny moment from a playthrough of Yoshi's Island, so you figure it out. There should be someone who wants to see a short form clip of Yoshi's Island. That seems like a thing where there should be people. Twitch clips, I feel like... clips of streams, I feel like, should have, like, more of an avenue for, like, you know... Maybe I should post them on Blue Sky or something. Maybe Blue Sky would do better than YouTube and definitely Twitch. Twitch has no discovery as far as that shit goes. None at all. A highly successful Twitch clip does, like, as much as the least successful YouTube short, basically. That is the... They operate on different orders of magnitude, you know? Like, if a Twitch clip gets, like, 30 views, it's like, oh, that's one of the best ones ever. If a YouTube short gets, like, 30 views, it's like, oh, it showed it to 0 people. That's the difference. What's Blue Sky again? Oh, that's the alternate Twitter. That's the new Twitter that's not canceled. That's woke Twitter, basically. It's not really that woke. It's basically run by the people who originally ran Twitter. But you know, it's cool and all. Thank you for Level Rock Party. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And it's Shock Pichu is up next. Shock Pichu. I don't know. The YouTube shorts do alright most of the time. I'm happy with that. I wish there was more of a pipeline from, like, short viewer to, like, you know, long-form watcher. But honestly, I feel like with the way YouTube Shorts algorithm works, I'm not even sure that there's, like, a pipeline from short liker to short watcher. Like, I feel like people see one short, but they don't necessarily see the rest, you know? It's not like YouTube says, like, oh, you like to watch this person's shorts, so I'll show you all of them. It says, oh no, I'll show you one, and then, you know, bah! YouTube's algorithm is pretty dumb. Wasn't Threads another Twitter wannabe? I don't think Threads flopped. That's Facebook's one, and my understanding is it's actually pretty successful, you know, but it's not one I'm interested in because I don't care for Facebook, you know. So that's right out. And I don't know what they could have that would entice me. Honestly, I don't really care for... Blue Sky is okay, but, like, I'm not really excited as I'm reading there anymore. Hey, Shock Pichu, excellent. Let me go ahead and get the heads up. And, should we do the Super World? Is there a Super World? No Super World, okay. Were you the one saying earlier, select from the bottom? Yeah, so let's select from the bottom and do airship puzzles. And, we got 5 tries to do it. Hell yeah. I don't have that many cards left, so we can, like, talk a little bit more about Bananza, I guess, if we really want to. I got, like, 8 cards left, I think. 7, 8? I think Bananza will be my game of the year. You know, it's the sequel to my favorite game of all time. Tied for... You know, it's kind of the sequel to both of my favorite games of all time. It's sort of a sequel to Mario Odyssey, one of my top 2 favorite games of all time, and Donkey Kong Country 2, one of my other favorite games of all time. And like, yeah, no, that's just... How can it not be Game of the Year, at least? Frankly, like, the conversation in my head is like, how do I feel about Mario Odyssey versus Bananza? And I think the jury is still out, you know? I mean, obviously the jury's still out. It's way too fucking soon to say anything of the sort, quite honestly. Is that a problem? Should I have not thrown that Koopa shell down? Prequel to Odyssey. I'm really not sure how the timeline... If there's a timeline thing going on. I should have waited on that shell. I'm fucked here. I think my current... Yeah, Bananza is only on Switch 2. That's correct, yes. I think my current thought is that Odyssey is a lot more polished of a game. I'll say, it's a lot more polished. Donkey Kong is a lot messier, but I think that's almost a strength of it, right? It's messy in a fun way. It's fun messy. It's like a hilariously good mess. And it's equally as good as far as like, oh, there's just so much to do in all these worlds, so much to discover, so much to unveil, etc. Yeah, queue's closed, Rock Party. We're done. We're wrapping up for tonight. Thank you for the level, though. I think now we'd take this guy and we send him down. I think when it comes down to it, where I stand on the two of them is that I think that Donkey Kong definitely takes things to the next level in a lot of ways, right? Like, I think it's great in Bananza how it has the Odyssey-style bonus rooms, but they now have 3 golden bananas in them, whereas they had only 2 moons each in Odyssey. It's like a nice step up as far as, like, secrets go. You know, if I had to say, like, I think that the world is full of more secrets to find, and more just constant discovery. The fact is, fossils are a lot more satisfying to get than, like, purple coins, for instance. They're equivalent in Odyssey. And that means that it is a very compelling experience to run around. Fuck me! Wow. That was careless. We were doing pretty damn well, too. I think that fossils are, like, kind of as fun to get as, like, golden bananas. I love how they're often embedded in walls in fun ways. Or just, like, you know, they're basically everywhere, but unlike purple coins, they're not just, like, out in the open. You have to sort of, like, find the wall. You might have to burrow through, and sometimes when you get one, it's like, by getting it, you open a hole in the wall, and the hole in the wall lets you get something, you know, gets you something else. And it's like, oh, you know, it's just so well designed in that way. I am so damn impressed. And I'll say, like, I do think there is a purity in Odyssey, right? There's just, everything there is so tightly designed. Bananza has no answer to, like, the capture system. It is also worth noting. There's no capturing in Bananza. But the Bananza forms are themselves a lot of fun. They themselves do add a lot of value, a lot of freedom, a lot of power, and make for an amazing base set ability that does outstrip the base abilities of Mario. Hello, Robert Corwin, how you doing? You know, definitely if you compare, like, base set of abilities, Bananza beats Odyssey, because the Bananza forms are just so fun and just so powerful, and it just feels like cheat codes you can activate at any time. But The capture system, though. The capture system, though. I'm gonna have to replay Odyssey at some point and really stew. Do I have a new favorite game of all time? Does it even beat Donkey Kong Country 2 for that honor? Does it beat both Odyssey, DKC2, etc.? I don't know. I do think it's just above Tears of the Kingdom. I think is where I land on it so far as that comparison goes. I also think Tears of the Kingdom probably should be in my top 5 overall. Like, it's probably needs to get on that list as well. I guess if Bonanza and Odyssey both need to get on the list. Bonanza, Odyssey, Tears of the Kingdom. Geez, the top 5, my top 5 of all time list might need to take some hits, I don't know. I feel like someone's getting kicked out, and I'm not gonna be happy, whoever it is. There we go. That's a puzzle we just did. Hell yeah. Other thoughts, other thoughts. I'm really loving every minute with the game, every hour with the game. I think it's an absolute delight, and I'm looking forward to, you know, 100%ing it and getting all the way done. Oh, Robert, hey, let me get that open for you. I do like to give new viewers the chance to get one in. If you'd like to submit one now, please go ahead. This is just for Robert. Just for Robert Corwin. Corwin. There we go, that's how you pronounce that. EW, not IW. What the hell's the deal here? How do you get these bombs to go the distance? There's a bit of a cooldown? Right, it'll stop you from doing the same message twice, I understand. You can always add, like, additional words after your level code. That would get you by it, if you're, curious. Aha! Shit! Oh well, there we go. That's what we did. I think we're almost done here. That's totally the end of the level to the side. Thank you for the level. Shit, the momentum! I was wondering if I needed to pull back big, or pulling back just a little would be okay. Pull back big. Pull back big, everyone. Hope you like it. I hope that as well. Let me get that reclosed. I'm big into Bonanza. I think it is definitely, like, going to be my game of the... I would be very surprised if it wasn't my game of the year, honestly, at this point, considering the pedigree, considering, you know, things about it, considering how much I love Donkey Kong generally, considering how much I love Odyssey specifically. This is really, like, the best game I can imagine coming out, honestly. Like, if they did a sequel to Outer Worlds right now, if it was as good as Outer Worlds, that would not be enough to take the crown. Hades 2 is going to come out later this year. Even if Hades is 2 is as good as Hades 1, I don't think that is enough to trump it. You started destroying everything just to see that it doesn't persist. I did notice that. I did notice that it doesn't, like, save quite as, I was given the impression, based on some of the, treehouse and stuff, that it did do that, but, yeah, no, it doesn't. I don't think that's a problem. I just think it's, you know, hey, I understand, like, how the hell are you gonna save, like, every single block that's destroyed? It's not really, economical, is it? It is fun, though, to destroy a whole bunch and to, get down to, like, the thing of things. Yeah, Hades 2 is gonna be fantastic. That's gonna be up there. Metroid Prime 4 might be really good. I hope Metroid Prime 4 kicks ass. I'm not sure if it's gonna be like Game of the Year kick-ass. I think it might be top 5 is where if I had to guess. I think Blueprints will be on the top 10. On my top 10, I should say. Oh, god damn it, same. I got hit there previously. Destroying everything could soft lock you. You can reset. But also, I do think, like, most of the time, like, it turns out to be a blessing because you have completion OCD and you would have been insane. Ha! Yeah, no, if you just wanted to be like, okay, it either needs to be, like, fully formed or fully unformed. You know, there's only really one choice while you're playing the damn game. It's gotta be the latter. Fully destroyed. That said, I'll say, like, not to trigger your OCD, but there are places and enemies, and not enemies, but like NPCs and stuff, who are like, oh, I will reward you if you destroy this much. Some people were trying to like max out their like destruction stats for each material in each level or something. And that, I think, is lunacy. That's not, that's madness. That way lies madness, is what I'm saying. Like, you don't... Look, like, if an NPC says, you know, like, build me a house, or... That's not what an NPC would say. I don't know why I was... what the fuck I'm talking about here. If an NPC says... Oh my god! I couldn't see the Koopa. I couldn't see the damn Koopa. You think that we just, like, stand still and we land on the Koopa if we... Or do we want to the left, or what the fuck? We have one try left. Let's make it count. Been a fun level. Real good crap. Bananza's a goddamn delight. It is phenomenal. I am definitely like... You know, I didn't need to be converted, you know? I didn't need to be sold on it, honestly. Like, I knew from the jump that I would be into Bananza. Sure enough, I am into Bananza. I am all the way sold on it. I am having a great time. Are you on YouTube too? That's right, I am on both sides. I am on both YouTube and Twitch. Simul stream. Okay, here we go. Here's the thing. I'm going to try standing still and see if that... Yes! That was the last try. Let's fucking go. I did hit the stick a little bit. I did adjust a little bit mid-air, but that works. Yeah, sub on, it's always good to subscribe on YouTube for many reasons. One of which is that, you know, it needs to catch up on to the Twitch someday. Also subscribe on Twitch. That's also, you know, nice for the self-esteem and all that. Gotcha. Yeah, Twitch has a policy that says that you can't, like, share chats. If Twitch ever drops that policy, someone let me know, and I'll get one of those bots that, like, takes the messages from one side to the other side. Absolutely. Like, that will be a thing just as soon as Twitch says it's not a crime. You know, just as soon as Twitch says, like, okay, whatever, we don't care, it's cool. Which they should, because it would make Twitch better. Honestly. They don't have to be weird about it. Thank you, Shock Pichu. We completed it. Hell yeah. Volcano Joe Banks is up next. Let's, see the next card. I guess you can do it on screen. Yeah, I got both chats up. Personally, I got both chats. That's how I read both of them. It's, you know, a way to do. Let me do another card. I've also been playing a little bit of Pokemon Friend, which was announced the other day at a Pokemon Direct, a Pokemon Presents. And it's basically a, phone game where you do little bite-sized mini-games, of which there seems to be a lot, 3 times a day. You do 3 of them every day, and then... shit! You do 3 of them every day, and then that's the thing. That's the gimmick. And it's alright. I kind of like the idea of doing 3 mini games every day, but there's I know streamers who display both chats on one in a corner, like on screen. Yeah, I see those. I like the purity of the stream being what it is. You know, I also would worry about moderation. You know, about like, you know, well, what if shit appears on screen you don't want being on screen? Like, that is a concern, personally. I like it, the chat just being in chat and the gameplay just being on screen, you know. That's the way I've always done it, and that's the way, like, the streamers that I watch typically, you know, always do it. I've definitely seen some, you know... I know a lot of streamers that do it otherwise, have the chat on screen and all that, but, you know, not how I like to do it, personally. Just a personal preference. There's no one answer to how to stream, and everyone has their own preferences for how they like to do it. You know, like I said, some people like to have it so that the whole screen is, like, on screen, and then there's, like, a wrapper around it, and that's where they are, so that they don't cover anything up. I like the game to play to be as big as it can be. You know, I don't like it to be like game chat style, you know, where it's shrunk down a little bit. Like, that's just not how I roll. Later, Chard. Good night. Volcano Joe Banks hasn't confirmed yet, by the way. Pokemon Friend, I think it's kind of alright. It's kind of a slow start. You know, some of the first puzzles that it's given me, have been a little bit on the dull side. A lot of them, there's a couple things I don't like about it. One is that it is a landscape game, so you can only play it landscape. Also, there have been several mini games where it's like, oh, you use motion controls and like tilt the phone this way and that, and it's like, yeah, but what if I'm in bed? What if I'm in bed? It's first thing in the morning, I haven't gotten out of bed yet. Do you really expect me to, like, be able to hold my phone like this? I'm in bed. I'm reclined. Like, I can, you know... Actually, I guess I could just, like, go like this, but it's kind of awkward, isn't it? Like, you want to be able to go like this and play it like this style, I guess. Just have buttons for everything, I think. Also, on the 4th day, today, all the minigames were repeats. So, I guess what I'm sort of driving at is, like, I am not sure if, Pokemon Friend is that good. Honestly, I think I'm on the verge of deleting it. So, it's alright, I don't know. Not really what I'm looking for in a handheld game, in a phone game. Phone games should be vertical. You should hold your phone like this, the way that you hold a phone. Like, the only time I want to hold a phone another way is if I'm watching a YouTube video. If I'm watching a video, yeah, I'll put it on its side. But you know what? Then I'm probably not holding it, is the thing. I'm, like, propping it up on a table or something, or putting it into a holder. You know what I mean? Like, in that case, I do think it's different. Oh, crap, I need to... I've just realized there's a requirement to kill all these guys. Okay, we gotta kill all these guys. We have one try. We gotta do this all right. We gotta do this all correct. Also, we gotta make sure, like, once we get the Fire Flower, we backtrack and do them. Do these guys on the left, okay? Okay. Volcano Joe, feel free to say anything. And, that would give me additional tries. Yeah, the babies, one of the babies is gone. Rip, rip, rip. That is an accurate description of what has happened. Oh no! Am I fine? Oh, I'm actually fine. Because there's another fire flower for me. Beautiful, okay. This is a happy room. This is a nice, easy room compared to the last room I was in. Just fire flowers, and they're waiting to be killed. Let's go. baby! Let's fucking go! That was the second try, and we got it. And also the only try that we had on account of Volcano Joe Banks. Had not confirmed, was not in chat. Let's go. That first try was ended a little bit, but you know, we didn't go the distance. This time we went the distance. Second room was so much easier. That made it a lot more possible to do. Let's go. I am hitting complete and bringing up the next level. It's 06I. Excellent. 06I is here. Beautiful. And presumably this is the super world, so I'll just randomize the things. Oh, hey, Mega Man heads. Excellent. Here's another card. I'm still playing stuff on my Retroid. That's right. I've been playing stuff on my Retroid Pocket. I have noticed, I'll say, sometimes it seems to wake up while it's closed. That's one problem with it that I've noticed recently. And if that happens, it's liable to drain the battery, unfortunately. So maybe that's a result of this case, like these grips, like propping the screen open a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, but I gotta be careful about this. I'll say I've been really loving the Retroid. It's been great, and I have found while I was on vacation that this fits really well into my theme park bag. Like, I can, I have a little theme park bag that's perfectly sized to go in any of those lockers at Universal, and this goes right into there real nice and easy. It takes no space at all. It's gonna be great when I'm waiting in a line and, just play some retro games, things of that nature. Recently been playing a lot of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 since I, played the remake version of that on the Switch 2. I've been interested in the original version, which is way different, and I honestly think way better as well. Doing a little bit of Picross 3D, doing a little bit of Parappa the Rappa. I tried Chrono Cross, and I don't know what to make of Chrono Cross. Like, I started up, and it's just like, I'm in a weird place, I'm running around, and I'm fighting dudes, and I don't understand the system that you can select like 1, 2, or 3, and they have like different percentages, and I don't know what that means. It's like, what the fuck is this? Hey, Braid Dibray, let me open that up for you. Go ahead and get that in, though you might have to add some stuff after the end of the at the end to make it so that it gets through like the repeated message. Just add like thanks or something after the code, and that'll get you in. That'll beat the duplicate message restriction. I think. There you go. Perfect. Let me go ahead and get that back closed. Thank you. Really loving this thing. It's real nice, real portable, and despite having some, it was a pain in the ass to get set up, and honestly, I never did fix, like, I forget if I don't think I have the Saturn working on this thing. I never got Saturn games working on this, but, it's just been a delight to have all these games available, like, at a moment's notice, wherever I am, and it's gonna be lovely at the theme parks in a month or so, in a couple weeks. Like, that is just a hell of a thing. It's also really nice because, quite honestly, the Switch 2 does have a bit of a battery problem. So, like, when the Switch 2 battery runs low, it's like, oh, I guess I'll play some stuff on my Retroid then. That'll be fine. That'll be good. I still want to watch whatever I'm watching on the TV, so I don't want to just, switch over to putting it on the television screen. But I do want to continue playing video games, so the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 is just perfect for that. Would recommend one. My sister says she's gonna get one as well now, which is pretty cool. She wants the green one, the green transparent one. That would be my last pick, honestly. Like, I'd go with the thing. Top USB port. Yeah, I don't know like how effective it is to plug in like just to any USB. So I don't know, like, oh, you know, should I just... I got this USB that plugs into my couch, you know, directly into my couch. Should I just, like, plug that in? Or do I want to use the power adapter that's specific to the Switch 2? And if I want to use that one, you know, it's kind of in the fucking wall, so... It's kind of a whole, situation. Has anyone tried using 2 chargers at once? Oh, that sounds like a thing you shouldn't do. That's a question for, like, I break it. You know, that's a question for, like, Jerry Riggett. I am not risking that. That sounds insane. That sounds like a bad idea. I mean, I guess you can do that with any laptop or whatever, in theory. You know, you can, a lot of them have multiple USB-Cs, so if you had, like, 2 power bricks, you could plug 2 of them in. I'm sure it only accepts charge from one of them and tells the other one to fuck off. That would be my guess. Yeah, your Switch would fry? Yeah, it's, sounds like a dangerous thing to do, and I don't think anyone would recommend it. Sounds like another way to brick your your $500 machine? Yeah, that is what it sounds like. I will not be doing that. I care about my Switch 2 and I like it a lot. I even have it on 90% battery mode, despite the fact that, man, when it's on 90% battery mode, it sure is, like, you know, bah. What is this one? This is an exit, okay. When it is on 90% battery mode, that's probably not helping the overall, you know, length of the battery life, but, you know, at the very least, you're not, like, ruining your battery life into the future, so long term, it's a good idea. They should just make batteries that have 10% extra capacity, and they just don't tell you about them. You know, that'd be the smart way to do it, where it's like, okay, it charges the 90%, but it tells you it's 100 because, like, yeah, for the consumer, all you need to know is it's as high as it goes. This is a hard one. Definitely a long one, yeah. Down, down, up. I think that's what that is trying to say. Is that, like, the instructions on where to go? There's some weird stuff in the... Looks like there's many ways in which you can go here. It would be a magnet for a lawsuit. What would be? Switch doing multiple Switch 2s at once? Multiple charging thingies at once? Yeah. You would mess up your Switch 2 that way. I think that it probably has some sort of, like, I would bet it has some sort of, like, thing that says, like, oh no, you're not allowed to do that. I bet it stops you. I feel like the way it works with a typical laptop is it only can accept charge from one port at a time. But also don't quote me on that, I'm sure it's different across laptop brands. Maybe one of these pipes is right, but only one of, like... Tried these two. These 3 all lead to the same place. What I need is to get the P... Race the P switch over there, maybe. Have an extra 10% and having it charged to 100 while it's not. Oh! You think? I feel like that'd just be good design. I mean, they can have an option in the settings that's like, oh, you know, charge it all the way to 100. But, you know, if they're gonna have a setting that says like, hey, only charge to 90%, could you at least show me 90% as if it's 100%? Can you at least lie to me a little bit? I think that would be a pro-consumer thing, because... I'm trying to think. Because it would make me feel better about it. It would make me feel a little less like, it's at 90%, but only 90%? I hate that. I kinda hate that. You know? Never seeing the battery bar go all the way up to full? That's not a... That just makes me crazy. It would make... Is making consumers feel better pro-consumer? Or is it anti-consumer because you're sort of, like, deceiving them? I don't... Now... Dang, that's a difficult one. Pro-consumer, they'll never do that. Fair. It would be a nice quality of life thing, I'll call it. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how, like, phones and stuff already work. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, this is a thing that can get patched. Yeah, it's good having both USB ports for charging purposes, so that you can have your Switch in your lap and still be charging it. Or, like, on your belly, you know? On your like, stomach and all that. Yeah, I've definitely, like, resting my Switch on my stomach a lot of times when I'm fully horizontal, you know, fully reclined. Thank you for the level 06i. That's a difficult one. I think mostly just because I don't know what's going on in there. It's confusing more than anything. Hopefully we'll figure it out next time. Maybe next time I'll be less tired. That's and more observant. That's a optimistic statement. Hello, Aiden. If you want in, Aiden, let me know and I'll open it for you. New viewers can get into the queue and stuff. Axel Brodia says here, excellent, good. I think it's for the wired controllers and stuff. You can use it for charging as well. It's useful for multiple things. And the camera and accessories. I will say, currently, one of the other things I'm playing, let's just do that instead of a card. I'll just talk about that real fast. On Tuesdays, I'm playing Banjo-Tooie with the double speed cheat code. How do you add a level? Oh, you do exclamation point add. There you go. Let me... I don't know if you got one for us, but I'll open it for you. And then you can exclamation point add and then your level code, and then I'll close it back up. If you need more of an explanation of how, look at the pinned message. They're heading the ball. Heading the ball. This is a interesting one. Let me get the extra lives up because this clear rate is entitled to extra lives. Hell yeah. I'm playing Banjo-Tooie on Tuesdays. Tuesday nights. That's the Tuesday stream for now. And I'm doing with the Super Banjo cheat code that doubles Banjo's speed. And I decided for that, I was thinking about Canary Mary and feeling dreadful. And then I said, you know what? This is a cheat code run. I'm gonna go buy a fucking way to do turbo on my Switch 2. And I got a little 8-bit DOE adapter that allows me to connect a Xbox controller and also add a turbo button to it. And sure enough, now I can do turbo, and that should beat Canary Mary all nice and readily when we get there next Tuesday. Or the Tuesday after next, I think it's going to be for Canary Mary. I think that's going to be week 3 of Banjo-Tooie Double Speed. That's going to be like right before the Universal vacation. Do I stream PC games? I have on occasion, but not that frequently. No, not not that frequently. I stream more randomizers that are run on PCs than actual PC games. You know, a randomizer, it's not on the native hardware because it's a mod of typically a Nintendo game or otherwise that, you know, it's a mod. What the fuck? But yeah, I've streamed some PC games before. Not that frequently. I honestly don't play that many PC games relative to Switch 2 or even like Game Pass games on Xbox. I probably play more PC games than I do PlayStation 5 games. I'll say that much. The last PC game I think I streamed, had to be Rivals, Marvel Rivals, right? Marvel Rivals, I played a bit of that and streamed it like twice, I think. Once when I got it on launch night, and once during the Game of the Year recap stream. So twice total. You have your Switch 2 stop at 90%? Yeah, I've been doing that as well. I'm on that train. My iPhone doesn't do that. And maybe I should have done, because my iPhone, I feel like, now has terrible battery life. Let's play this level. I don't know why I'm waiting. I don't know why I'm chatting about stuff rather than playing the level. I feel like I'm waiting to see... Aiden, tell you what, Aiden. Let me know when you're ready to submit, if you have a level to submit, and I'll open it for you. Up to you, though. Let me know. God, I had some thought, thinking. I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. Okay, I can see why the clear rate isn't very high. This is a one try and you're out situation. Okay. Oh, right, about phones. You know, I've been looking at upgrading my iPhone, and I'm wondering if I should do it this year or wait until next year when they have the you know, a iPhone that does like the unfolding gimmick. I hear that's gonna be called the iPhone Ultra. I'm very curious about a folding iPhone. Like, I think I could fuck with that. I think that might be damn it. Well, actually, this is actually salvaged. This actually, we can survive. Some phones have adaptive charging. I feel like I never want to fuck with that because, like, yeah, no, it's gonna adaptive charge, and then I'm gonna be, like, at 2% all of a sudden, and it just was like, I don't know, I thought you didn't need it! And just like, oh my god, phone. I needed it. I actually did need it, you fucking dick. I don't want to run into that scenario, and I feel like it is inevitable that I will if I, you know, give that stuff a go. I am seriously thinking about I going for that, like, iPhone Ultra situation and getting one of those in, like, next year. I do feel like I'm ready. I'm on an iPhone 14, and, you know, it's getting pretty long in the tooth. The battery life's not great, and it's ready for an upgrade. But I don't know. I feel like it is, right now, the time to wait. That said, 17 is my lucky number. The iPhone 17 is this year's iPhone. Kill myself here? Actually, I just have to hit start over, don't I? 17 is my lucky number. I have been thinking, like, oh, you know, I'll wait for the iPhone 17 before updating. But, man, I think it'd be pretty foolish to get a new iPhone right before the Ultra. Does anyone ever do those, like, trade-in situations? Where you get a new phone, but if you don't pay it off all the way, you can turn it in and, like, re-up and get a new phone? Is that, like... Is that as good as it... Fuck. I thought for a second I was in the clear since that spring was there, but I didn't think it through. Is that a viable thing to do? Does anyone do that? I like to own. I don't like where I don't own my iPhone, right? I would like to have an iPhone even if, I'll be honest, all the iPhones I ever have end up in a shelf, you know, in a drawer somewhere, like, you know, lost to time. They're not exactly... Honestly, if they went back to the Best Buy, it wouldn't be a big deal, other than, like, oh, I do like having them, and it'd feel weird to just return to the store after paying for half of them or something, right? Does anyone do that? What do you think? Is this a situation where I should just go in on a 17 and just see, like, is the Ultra even good? Is it even worth getting? What if it's, like, you know, first generation, right? I mean, what if it's not ready to go? What if it's not ready for prime time? I'm very curious about that technology. I think that I am in the market. Whoa! Hey! No! You never get a Rev 1? I don't know. I got the Rev 1 of the Dynamic Island, and I feel like that was pretty good. I forget if that was the iPhone X or whatever, but that was the last time they really, like, changed the design bigly. And I think it was a fantastic iPhone. One of my favorites in years, honestly. Shit, we ran out of lives. Thanks. You would recommend not getting the newest iPhone? Really? Do y'all... I like getting them as soon as they launch. Like, September rolls around, it's like, okay, now is the time to get one. Before, you know... You get one later in the cycle, and you're 6 months, and they put out a new one, and you're gonna be like, ah! You know, kicking yourself. That's how I feel anyway. I you know, never would get one 9 months in. Like, that would be a no-go. 3 months would about be my limit, personally. Yeah, but it rode for a while on similar tech. A foldable is something else. That's true. But foldables have been out in the market, like, elsewhere, and they're getting pretty mature, are they not? Like, I feel like when Apple does it, you know, the technology's been out there for a while. I feel like this is a case where like, Apple's ready to go. They're ready to plow. They're ready to like, really, you know, get in there. You don't want the newest model? You not feel scammed? I mean, the Ultra's gonna be really expensive. But I'm very curious about that. I'll say, like, I've not had an iPad-sized device in a minute. I do have an old iPad in a drawer somewhere, but I never upgraded it over the last, like, decade and a half since I got it. So it's like, you know, most apps don't run on it. Most websites don't run on it. You know, it's not really a usable device for most purposes, you know. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with just a phone where I don't need one, but if my phone could have a bigger screen sometimes, that sounds like it could be very appealing. Yeah, it sounds like it could be really good for watching videos. That sounds great. I'm very curious about that. That's the most curious I've been about an iPhone since the Dynamic Island, I think. And man, I'm an early adopter. What can I tell you? I see a new thing and I go like, ooh, I want it. And I don't want to wait, neither. I want to get it now. I want to get it day one. That's just a part of me says, like, get it now. Now. I want that. I wonder how the cameras are going to be. I bet they'll be pretty good. Ida, you're up. You've always purchased Rev B and onwards, never a Rev A, be it a Mac, iPhone, or iPad. So, like, the iPhone 11 versus the iPhone X, then. Like, the year 2 of a design. I feel ya. I like to be an early adapter, but it also depends on, like, where I'm at, like, in the cycle. You know, I'm not gonna early adapt if I'm on year 1 of my current phone. I think, it's so hard. I do like 17 is my lucky number. So getting an iPhone 17 would make a lot of sense. I could get an iPhone 17 and then give it to family. I feel like if I got an iPhone 17, I would want to have it like forever because, you know, that's sort of a keepsake. That's my lucky number. You know, once I stop using it, that's when I want to look back on. And if I give it to someone else, then, you know, I can't look back on it. It's no longer in my drawer. It's in someone else's hands being used. Is this like a Toy Story situation where like the iPhone wants to be used, it doesn't want to go into a drawer? I would rather go back to Best Buy. You know, if the iPhone could talk, it'd be like, send me to Best Buy. I want to go to Best Buy and be used by the thrifty user who's okay with a cracked screen versus being in a drawer forever and ever and ever and ever. I don't know. If my devices could talk, maybe they'd be like, man, I'm done. My battery is shot. I am ready to be retired. Get me out of here, buddy. I am dead. I am so tired. I've been used every day for like most of the day. This is... I'm ready to be done. Yeah, go ahead and get the new shiny. It's fine. I'm cool with that. I understand. And hey, eventually you'll look back on me and go like, oh yeah, space purple or whatever. It was midnight purple. That was a nice color. I wonder what the iPhone 17 color will be. I hope it's like a... You think like a brown would be cool or like a leather color? Have they done a brown? What color is the iPhone 17 going to be? I don't know. I don't know. Any level says Ida. Then it's gray. That's the basic color. It has to be a fancy color. It has a leather color. The thing is, there's some colors that they have in like the you know, the lesser phones that come in like a million colors, and then you get like the flagship phones that come in like 5, and 4 of them are normal. You know, you get your black, your white, your space gray, space white. You get your gold and maybe a rose pink, and then you get the exclusive color. I think rose pink is like really popular, right? They like to have that as a color. I don't know. I still have a bunch of cards left. Let's do this level, which this is a sequel to the other level that we were doing earlier, so it makes sense to do it. But I feel like bah! I don't like our odds, honestly. You have a rose phone and it's quite good. That's cool. I like a little bit color on my phone, so I'm always getting the exclusive color, whether it's like a green or a purple or like a nice blue. Shit, man, the first jump even is a disaster. I feel like... You don't remember what color your phone is? That's fair. I don't use a case. I raw dog it, so I always can just look. Also, I tend to make the background like a similar color as the color that it is, you know? It's on theme. How do you do that jump? How do you do that second jump? Your case is also a wallet. Yeah, I've seen those. Those look pretty cool, honestly. I wouldn't mind something like that, but currently I'm just rocking a wallet type wallet. You know, I wouldn't mind a battery that is also a wallet that is also a stand. And I do have some like stands that I stick onto the back of my phone. But yeah, thank you for the thing. Don't jump into the piranha plant, Simple. Don't jump into the piranha plant. Oh yeah, that's of course. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Okay. Thank you for the level, Ida. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Maybe we'll see that or another level later, another stream. Oh, 9LC, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. I still do have cards left. Let's pull one out. Did you hear about that retro handheld reviewer who was arrested by Italian police? Yeah, that is a hell of a story from like middle of this week, middle of last week. Yeah, a retro handheld reviewer was arrested on the basis that some of the handhelds he reviewed had ROMs on them included, like, illegal ROMs that came stock. And because of that, they raided his place and took all of his retro handhelds away. That is why, of course, my retro handheld is I only use, legally acquired backups. Yes, illegally acquired backups of games that I own, or maybe I have owned them and then lost them at some point. That's why you make backups, in case you lose them. Of course. What else? How else would that work? You have a backup in case you lose them. Yes. And I've lost a lot, apparently, if you look at my Retroid. Anyway, that's chilling. Just a hell of a scary thing to see in the news, and just something that makes you go like, oh fuck, what? I hope that doesn't become a trend. Like, first off, like, it's fucked up that like you would go after the guy who buys one versus like, the people who are selling it or whatever, but also, like, it's fucked up in just so far as like, yeah, no, it's not really that much of a benefit to get something with those pre-installed, right? Like, it's not really that much of a benefit because, like, you can just get your own stuff from your legal backups. Italy has different laws. You're probably safer. Yeah, we are in the States, but also, like, I do think it is worth saying, like, definitely always make sure when you talk about these things, if anyone were to be, God forbid, beneath the level, make sure you don't break kayfabe. If you are doing some dirty stuff, which again I am not, I am definitely only using backups of games that I have legally acquired, and in some cases lost thereafter. That's what a backup is for. You can't, come on, it's a backup. You can't expect me to have everything forever. Whoops. I don't know, man. Fortunately, I have the backups, and they're on my Retroid. Anyway, don't fuck around with that shit. Be careful as hell. And, like, if anything does come with anything pre-installed, you just go ahead and delete all that crap and make sure that you say that you do. Fortunately, Retroid isn't that easy, Like, Retroid makes you install basically everything on your own, which, is kind of annoying because it's like, okay, well, I need to, like, configure everything, get everything working, all the right emulators, all the right files and all that. I need my backups to be formatted in just the right way. It's kind of frustrating, but yeah, you got a Retron? That's very cool, Game Boy. Yeah. Retro handhelds really do rock. They're great devices, and I hope that there's a bright future for them. Oh, the thing only runs actual cartridges? That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I don't like carrying around actual cartridges, so, like, when it comes down to it, I prefer using the backups. I prefer backups vastly, personally. But, just as I prefer, like, actual downloaded stuff on my Switch as well. Same thing. You like having games physically? I'm the opposite. I've been digital only since, like, the Wii U. I wasn't so sure about the Wii U, honestly, and maybe that was correct too. But also, having Wii U discs has not been that much of a benefit because, like, oh well, if the Wii U shop dies, my Wii U is probably dead, and I still can't play those physical Wii U games. I should back them up onto my my thing and try to get them running on a retro console. I don't think quite you can play some Wii U games, I've heard. I've heard people say, like, Wii U can work on Retroid, but I don't know. I've not seen it. The emulators all seem like really pain in the ass to set up. I don't think it's really powerful enough yet. And, you know, honestly, there's not really that many Wii U games that I can think of that aren't already on Switch, which is just as convenient as a Retroid when you get right down to it. You know, I mean, I'll say, like, the Retroid can go with you to a theme park easier, but, I do still think that emulating Switch stuff on it is highly unnecessary when the Switch 2 is right there and does a better job, you know? Thank you, 06LC, or 09LC. I think we just did it, right? That was so fast, I wasn't even thinking. That was so fast, it just popped on right by. I guess we solved the puzzle, right? Yeah, it was a bunch of... Was that the one with the on-offs? Or I think that was the one before it, but... Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and hit, complete. And we'll pull up the next one, which is Freddy Fazbear's. Freddy earlier said that, Freddy would not be present at this point, but I will put in chat anyway, just in case, Freddy, you want to say something, you can go ahead. In a lighter news story... Or, actually, no, this isn't lighter. This is just as angry making. Did you see that itch.io was pressured into banning adult content? Some adult content, all adults content, I'm kind of unclear. Yeah, this has been part of a bigger trend where, like, payment processors have been putting a lot of weights, have been throwing their weight around and basically saying, like, adult games cannot exist on Steam, on itch.io, any of these places, because, like, you know, Visa and MasterCard are both saying, like, no, you can't. No, you can't. We won't allow it. We won't allow people to use your service if you have adult stuff on it, which I, for one, think is highly fucked up and should be highly illegal. You know, it is literally that meme. It is literally that meme where the myth of consensual sex, and it's the two people saying, like, I consent, and then Jesus Christ saying, I don't. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? In this case, it's PayPal. And it's like, man, I don't think PayPal should have any fucking say in what we can and can't pay for. I think that's fucked up that PayPal thinks they're as big of a deal that they could just get in the middle of things and say, like, hang on, no funny business. You want to see a tit? No way, man. That's messed up. And we know who's behind the people who are behind it. Can't they just stay as payment processors? Yeah, I think it is totally fucked up that they exert this kind of pressure. It is also worth noting that there are fundamentalist groups who are really behind this stuff in the first place. You know, groups that are highly religious, highly litigious, and looking to, like, silence not just adult content, but also LGBT content as well, and sort of lump the two together and get it all knocked out. It is openly evil and hugely fucked up, and I don't think that any payment processor should be raising a moral stink over paying for something that is legally allowed. If you're allowed to do an OnlyFans situation, you're allowed to do an OnlyFans situation. Where do you get off saying that you cannot pay people on OnlyFans for doing their sexual business? Like, come on. It's that old Carlin. First off, it's literally legal. It's not even like that Carlin bit of selling is legal, fucking is legal. Why isn't selling fucking legal? Which is true. It is true. Why isn't those... That continues to be a salient point that there is no answer for. Why is it not legal? Selling is legal, fucking is legal. Like, logically, there's only one way this makes sense, and it's not the way that it is. But even beyond that, selling pornography is legal. Selling erotic material is legal. Selling pictures of yourself is legal. So why can't you do it? Puritanism, basically, is the answer. It's fucked up. I heard that there's some sort of law being kicked around to, like, outlaw that sort of thing. I hope it goes through. because this is all sorts of fucked up, and like, man, you know, Visa should have no part in deciding what we can and can't do. I also think that the government should have no part in deciding what we can and can't do, for what it's worth. Shit, that was a fast first life, but let's go. I also think it's kind of fucked up, things like, I think Texas has a whole bunch of, like, anti-pornography laws, and some other states do as well. I think that's also fucked up. Pornography is a human right, I believe. Especially free pornography, the kind where you don't have to give your ID. You know, if you want to, you know, I believe that as we consume pornography, we should be able to do it completely anonymously, so that no one knows that we did it. You know, it's very much a thing that happens behind closed doors, and doors where we're all, like, you know, sort of low-key disguised, because, like, we don't want that coming back to us. I don't know why we care. It's kind of silly. Hey, Nuggies, let me open it up for you. There you go. Go ahead and get that in. It's kind of silly, I admit. It's like, doesn't matter, but, like, man, I'm not going to reveal my preferences. No way. And I'm not giving. I see on these porno sites. You see on these porno sites, in theory, if you ever were to go to any, you'll see that they have, you know, logins. You can log in and make an account. There's also all sorts of piracy sites, I have heard, that have, like, login and membership type things. And I just think, like, man, you do not give your names to those sites. You don't want anything on paper saying you go to such sites. No. Like, this is all beneath boards. You know, you do not leave your name and address. What happens, like, and I don't think this has happened with any piracy sites, so what the fuck do I know? But what the fuck happens? The cops get in there and they go like, okay, everyone with an account is busted. They haven't done that in, like, the last 20 years of piracy, so maybe it's not an issue. Maybe it's just like, you know, you try to get cops to do that and they're gonna be like, but I pirate stuff too, so, no. We're not doing that. Everyone does it, including me and my family, so fuck off. No, it's really not interesting. Unless we can do it just to minorities. If we can do it just to minorities, I'm in. This is what they would say. If we can do it selectively, I'm in. In which case, yeah, I'm safe. Sad to say. Well, you know, what the fuck. That's the law. It's fucked up and bad. That's law enforcement. It's, prejudiced as hell. It's not good. We don't like it very much, generally. I'm gonna dismiss that level. We died twice. And Freddy had to go, so 2 tries is all we get. Next up is Vashid. Vashid, you're up. I would never admit to going to such a site. No, never. Why would I go to such a site? But that said, I do believe such sites should exist, and I will defend them to my dying breath. Pornography is a very popular thing that people should not besmirch or, you know, get in the way of. People gotta get their rocks off, you know? Not me, but other people, presumably, you know, in theory. Someone has to get their rocks off. I know rocks are going off all the time, you know. I know this. I've seen Nukitashi the animation, which, by the way, apparently Nukitashi didn't mention earlier. Apparently it's based on a porn game, so that's why it's so over the top and like horny and depraved and all that. Pretty amazing thing. Like, what the fuck? Probably the most taken aback I've been watching an anime in a while. I had no idea what to expect with that. I had no idea what it was. I thought it, based on the name, I was thinking like boy band. I thought it was boy band. I really didn't know. I was expecting more like, oh, it's gonna be like 5 boys who are all hot and kind of vaguely attractive. No, it's a porn game adaptation. Oh fuck, everyone's fucking all the time. What the fuck? Okay, that's fun. Anyway, let me do another card and we'll get off this topic. Did y'all hear that there's a rumored Nintendo Direct? That's right, we're segueing directly from, orgy situations directly to Nintendo Directs, which are rumored perhaps for next week. I'm kind of skeptical because, like, man, I feel like there could be a Nintendo Direct at any time. Next week, week after, a month from now. It feels like people have been looking for a Nintendo Direct to exist for the last, 3 months since the Switch came out. That'd be like 2 months ago, right? Jeez. I don't think necessarily now is the time, but if one were to happen next week, I'd be pretty happy. And I'd like to see, like, a date for Metroid. You're gonna guess August 14th? That seems like a fair guess to me. Sometime in the middle of the week. I hope it's not while I'm at Universal. That would be inconvenient. Could I do a stream of the reacting to the Direct if I'm at Universal on vacation while it happens? You know what I'll say? If that's how it happens, I will do that. I'll try to make the time in the morning. Let me see, like, I'll try to make it happen on one of the. I would schedule one of my non-Epic Universe days, a day where I'm just going to Volcano Bay and, like, relaxing in the morning anyway. I'm not, like, in a terrible rush, so I can absolutely take an hour, half hour to stream a thing, and that'd be fine. But I'm betting that's not gonna happen. I'm thinking it's more likely next week, or maybe, like, anytime in the 2 weeks after, if not next week. I'm betting sooner rather than later, considering, we never got a proper summer direct. And that's what this would be, a proper summer direct. We gotta find out when Metroid is. It got rated, apparently, so maybe it's, like, next month. That'd be cool if Metroid was next month. I still feel like Metroid is probably holiday. It's probably December. It's November or December. And since Pokemon's November, right? I feel like if Pokemon is November, then Metroid is going to be December. I feel like that's going to be as late as it can do. That said, it got rated, so... What the fuck is this shit? What the hell? You really have to get in that pipe, like, right away, huh? I don't think it's tomorrow. That's the one... I need the Koopa to go the other way, and then I could land it on him and gone up. You really have to jam here, huh? Well, the sheet isn't here, so 2 tries is all we can get. Let me take a drink, and we'll do the next one. Wonder when Kirby Air Riders is? I'm feeling September, October for that. Did it not have a date? I thought it was announced for September, or somewhere around there. I'm thinking September. That sounds like a September game to me. I thought it did have a date. I swear it was announced for September, but maybe I'm just imagining. Maybe it was just 2016 or 2025. 2016 would be 10 years ago. That's not this year. Just 2025? Dang, okay. Well, I guess we'll find out. Let me go ahead and dismiss and get the next one up. Yeah, Nintendo Direct rumors, really nice to see. I'm very curious if that's gonna come to fruition. I hope the rumors are right. I would love to see a Direct. Honestly, like, now that Donkey Kong is done, it's like, I have nothing else to be excited for right just now. I mean, I'll play the roller game. The roller game comes out the week of August 14th. So I think that's too close to a game release for them to put a Direct. I think they're gonna steer clear of that. They steer clear of Donkey Kong. They steer clear of that. At least not on the same week as it's coming out, I think. But maybe 3 weeks before would be just fine. Pinballed Up? I'm not familiar with that Game Boy. Pinballed Up. What is it on? Is that a new game? Not heard of it. Not heard of it. Oh, it's your level. Okay, your level is up. This is your super world. Okay. I was really not thinking about the viewer levels for a second there. It's been 2 weeks since the last time I did viewer levels. Maybe I'm a little out of sorts. I'm often distracted, honestly, truth be told. This isn't out of character. This is, in character, for sure. Quite honestly. Let's do this, and then, we'll do another card after this. Pinballed up. I thought you were given like a new game recommendation, Game Boy. Honestly, 3%, so we get 5 tries. Let's do it. Pinball, huh? So is there gonna be a gimmick where we're like, doing some pinball nonsense? I wonder. Oh yeah, these are totally some pinball. Alright, we gotta keep on hitting it to make it go both ways. Okay, got it. Wasn't standing far enough to the left that time. I wonder if it's worth messing around with, like, good timing, or if it's just better to just keep on hitting it, like, just spam the thing. So far, spamming is working a little bit, but maybe timing would be better. Game Boy is saying timing-based. It is timing-based. So let's use some timing. There we go. What would be at a Nintendo Direct? Are there big releases left? I mean, I do think that any Nintendo Direct right now, okay, I'm gonna say, any Nintendo Direct right now, I think a big part of it is going to be, hey, we got blueprints, we got Assassin's Creed. I think that there's gonna be a good amount of announcements as far as, like, here's more Switch 2 versions coming to Switch 2. All the hottest games. I think blueprints, Clair Obscur, and, like, Assassin's Creed. Some like, you know, just stock bullshit. Right? I think there'll be a trailer for... There's like a new Call of Duty, right? Of course, there's always a new trailer. There's always a new Call of Duty. There will be... Call of Duty will be there. If I had to guess. Do you think... Microsoft's down for that? I'm gonna say maybe. We'll see another GameCube game. We'll see an N64 game. You know, there are those rumors about various N64 games that could come. I guess we could see, like, Glover, DK64, Smash Brothers 64. I think that all those could be there. I think that'd be cool if so. They gotta have some big first-party announcement. What is it? I'm going to say... Okay, 2 things. I'm gonna say 2 things. One, they need some Mario. They need some sort of first-party Mario game for the launch lineup. For the launch window. Could they get some sort of something to, like, bolster the launch lineup as far as, it's like... Maybe not Mario. What about Wario? What about WarioWare? Is it been long enough since the last WarioWare they could do another one? Do like a WarioWare, but it's a mouse-based one, using some of the more newer gimmicks of the Switch 2. I could see that. I would really like if they could get a Zelda product out. Kind of, they just did a 2D one, and probably 3D is still years and years out, so that's probably no good either. I think that Zelda will be MIA, will be nowhere to be seen. I mean, they just did Wind Waker. Maybe Wind Waker, they're thinking like, okay, we're good on that front for a bit. People are playing on, you know, GameCube Online. Wind Waker for now. Just stay the course there. I think they want some sort of big Mario. I think there'll be some sort of Mario. And here's my other guess. I'll say they should get some sort of, you know, they've had previously a bunch of games that along the lines of like Mario, Super Mario 30 and F-Zero 99 and some survival game variants of existing games. And I think the time is ripe for a new one of those. I'm not sure what it would be. If I had to guess, they already have Splatoon. Did they announce Splatoon DLC? There's like, is there like Switch 2 exclusive Splatoon DLC? I think if they could do, didn't they announce some Splatoon spin-off or something already? Like a survival island thing? Jeez, I'm just remembering that's already a thing, isn't it? I was gonna say like Splatoon, you know, Splatoon 99, but actually that's already, I think that's already like spoken for. That's already like, they already got a project of that in the tube. So if not Splatoon, then what? You think they could do a Smash 99? I feel like that would be interesting if they could do a survival Smash mode. But that would, I don't think you'd do that as like a one-off, like, oh, it's Smash 99, you know, we got 99 characters and a marquee mode that's big and goofy. No, I feel like that'd be a mode in the next Smash Brothers. What the fuck happened there? Tetris 99 is arcade? Yeah, it's true of Tetris, but like Mario's, F-Zero. I guess the thing is, it's all a bunch of like old-timey stuff, you know, like retro business. Jeez. Nearly had a timeout there, which would have cost all of our lives, but instead we didn't time out, which means we now have a lot of lives left, huh? Maybe we'll take fewer tries here. We'll see. Do you think like they would do like Breakout 99 or something? You know, like a different Game Boy era, like, puzzle game? Meteos 99? I can't see that. I think it's far more likely... Honestly, let's be real here. You know, I was talking about, like, oh, it'd be nice if they could get something Zelda. It'd be nice if they could have a Battle Royale type game. Zelda 99, easy. That's my official prediction. Okay. This is my official prediction for Nintendo Direct coming up in the middle of 2025. Zelda 99. If it's announced in a year, I don't get any credits. This is all on the record here. I think that such a thing could happen eventually. So, like, you know, I don't really get that many points for predicting it. I mean, they've had F-Zero, for fuck's sake. They'll do any... Donkey Kong 99 is totally a possibility eventually, but I'm gonna bet Zelda 99 for the upcoming Direct. If I am right, we will all... If I am right, we will feel... I will feel really good, and if I am wrong, I'll probably be eventually right. And, I'll say it'll be top-down. It'll be like, Four Sword style. It won't be like Ocarina style, though, if it was, or... I think I would be more into it if it was Ocarina style. If it was, like, 3D, and I think that'd be more fun. But if I had to bet, I would say I would say 2D style. It'll be 2D style. It'll be like Tetra Breakers, whatever, except and 4 swords, except 99 players, or maybe 30, maybe 50. You know. I get credit no matter the number. I get credit no matter the number. Are there people on Twitch, or you have a chance of my level being early? Oh, there's a lot of people on Twitch, but, you know, you still do have a chance of being, there's not that many people, Ryan. And I'll say, like, right now, bah! Right now, the queue is, oh, I forgot to close the queue after, the queue should be closed. And fortunately, everyone is being real nice and honorable. Ryan, if you could get your level in real quick, I'll close the queue after you get in. I reopened the queue for people who are new. I guess I reopened it for someone and they didn't take me up on it. You just launched the game? Be quick about it. Tell you what, I'm gonna close it. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll open it for you. You say, you know, ready, and I got you. You didn't try to cheese the whole level like everyone else? What do you mean? How do you cheese it? How do you cheese it? What do you mean cheese it? Cheese. What's the cheese here? Can I get through these platforms? Ah! How do you mean cheese? What's the cheese? Surely it's not something like jumping off the side, right? Like that. There's gotta be... Hang on, let's check something real fast. Try to jump past the pinball on the outside. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, see, I'm looking at the preview right here. Look at that, look at that. You've clearly put enough space there, and also you have a wall as well. Granted, if you could get on top of that wall, get high enough, you could get over. Or if the on-off was the other way, but it's not the other way, so yeah, you're not getting there. Also, there's just a thumbnail in that direction. You can't get to the actual end of the level. No, you crossed I's and dotted T's here. Okay, let me late open for you. Get it in there. You have to have the ad be at the start, Ryan. First word has to be ad for the command to be parsed correctly. Got it? Got it. I would absolutely cheese it if there was actual cheese to be had. Let me assure you. But this is not cheese. That's a trap. And you know, unless it's really funny, I'd rather not fall into them. Unless it's really very funny. It has to be really very funny. Hang on, let me get you in, Ryan. I'll there you go, perfect. It's one at a time. You'll get the first one. That's fine. It's you know, everyone only has one at a time. One at a time only. Yeah, this part is the part that's screwing me up right now. I got the other part down pat. Okay. First one is quite short, though. Oh, then do a replace and make it so the second one is first. Just because, you know, we want the longer one to be the main one, you know? Or at least that's how I feel. You're welcome to have it be either way. You let me know when your level comes up which one you'd like me to play. At this rate, it will likely be the last level of the night. Which, you know, it's not a problem. Just is true. Ah, jeez! We have just one try left. So let's do it to it. I'll say we didn't get close to timing out another time, so I guess losing out on that first timeout wasn't a problem. There you go. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. 4 boards in all. Okay, so we're like halfway through. It's possible there's a checkpoint. I don't know. Could be. Yeah, I think Zelda 99 is my pick for like the big announcement. I think that's the kind of thing that they might have left in the tank. I think that we've seen most of the big AAA games. Hey, Trainer Derek. Mike, the board, please. Like you've been playing the Deltarune, Trainer Derek. Deltarune was really good, huh? I watched a good amount of that SGDQ run. That final SGDQ run happened while I was on vacation, so I didn't see the 3+4 parts. You know, it was late, and I had a big day of going to the beach in the morning. You know, but I started watching that run. Kind of cool. Kind of a good run. I mean, I think I'll be more excited for, like, the, when they do glitchless. When they do a glitchless one, or, sorry, a glitched one. Glitchless just, isn't quite as exciting. You're still waiting to play Chapter 4? Wow, okay, that's some restraint, man. I played it, like, a month ago. I thought it was restraint just to wait to play Bananza for, like, you know, 4 days. That, to me, was restraint. You'll go 100 miles an hour? Go at normal speed. And don't drink as well. That is the, general recommendation as far as driving goes. I'm sure you know. You're kidding around. I get it. There we go. We got that again. We've gotten this board down. The checkpoint is either at the 3rd or 4th board. Yes, I agree, because I've seen the 2nd. Oh, it's a Deltarune meme song? Okay. I haven't heard that one, actually. I played the game, had a great time. Didn't really, like, keep up with the memes and the speculation after, like, you know, doing it. After finishing it. The memes keep on developing, huh? It's cool. Thank you, Game Boy. Oh, go again, I guess? You want an instant refresh? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, that is what a sub can do. Thank you for the money, and, just got an instant refresh. Let's go. Let's do it. We have, oh boy, 7 more tries. I'll say more time to speculate on Nintendo Direct stuff. Do you think there could be any big games that they could reveal? Like, I feel like they've shot their load. There could be... What the hell was that? That was a weird one. I feel like there could be a, oh, we got it. This is not trans to gender. Gotcha. Yeah. Star Fox. Ooh, Star Fox. That's an interesting one. Yeah, I can see. It's been forever since Star Fox. That's a good bet. I like that bet a lot, Trainer Derek. Yeah. I'm gonna second you on that. I think Star Fox, if there's any AAA franchise, I think... I'm gonna say Star Fox. I'm gonna say Punch-Out. I think there's a chance of Punch-Out. I'm gonna say Star Fox is more likely to Punch-Out, but I can see a Punch-Out being a thing. Little mid-budget Star Fox. What if it's like 2D? What if it's like HD 2D? What if it's like a throwback type game? You think that's possible? Ah! You think that's possible, or will it be, is that silly? I feel like there's a lost... There should be more throwbacks to, like, N64 era games, and I feel like now's the time to start getting into that. You know, if they made like a Super Mario 64 tube, for instance, or hell, let's just say a sequel to Mario Sunshine that is just, you know, similar to Mario's, just looks like Mario Sunshine. You know, maybe like GameCube level graphics, you know, it's not that nostalgic. They remaster pretty sharply. That's probably not but N64 style graphics, I could see that. I feel like the time is ripe for a, you know, I already said like Zelda 99. If they could do a Zelda 99 and it's like Ocarina of Time graphics, like that I would be really into that. I would like to see N64 style graphics return to the Zelda franchise. Like, now is the time for like a little bit of nostalgia. What would Zelda 99 be? Like a Tetra, you know, Four Swords Adventures has that battle mode, right? That, but with 99 players. Maybe like 20. Maybe you start at 20. I feel like you look at Four Swords Adventures, they could literally call it 100 Swords Adventures. The Legend of Zelda 100 Swords Adventures. You haven't played Four Swords? It's weird. I feel like it is a little too long, honestly. Like, every level sort of outstays its welcome. I think, like, that's the main problem about it, and that's the main thing that's, like, weird about going back to it. I'll say, I have been playing a little bit of, Star Fox, or not Star Fox, a little bit of it on my Retroid. Hence, Punch-Out Brutal Blow and Star Fox Stellar Journey is what Ryan is saying in the YouTube chat for names. What about Punch-Out? Could you do a Punch-Out Battle Royale? That would just be like a Punch-Out, but it's a tournament, and, like, it's actual people that are fighting. I could see Punch-Out multiplayer being cool. I could see, like, Punch-Out, but multiplayer, and it has a, like, you know, 64-player online tournament mode that is basically the equivalent of a Battle Royale. I do think a tournament mode is not that dissimilar from a Battle Royale, at least in terms of, like, the, you know, it whittling down to fewer and fewer players, the stakes getting higher every time. Like, it's similar feelings. Wow, that's a new way to die. Punch-Out in teams? Yeah, I don't think you can do Punch-Out in teams. Is there, like, there's tag team wrestling, but there's not, like, tag team, boxing, right? That would be ridiculous. What would that even be? I mean, is tag teaming really a real thing that you can do in, like, a real, like, an actual, like, UFC type situation? Or is it just, like, a gimmick where, you know, you have the wrestler and he's like, oh, tag me in, you know, you got that drama, and it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit, what's the word for, like, a little bit, not real, you know, it's a little bit kayfabe, it's a little bit like, it's a work, you know, it's a little bit of a work, it's not a shoot, it's not, like, real, they're not real in that way, but it is still fun, I guess. I don't know, but they made Mario. I'll say it could be something like Mario, where it's just like, oh, you know, you got a level, and everyone tries to go through it at the same time, and there's some lights, like everyone throwing shit onto each other's board type situation. You know, some light interactivity is possible. There we go. I would want more interactivity with Zelda and, like, item progression. You know, everyone's getting their own items and maybe they can use them against each other. What'd be the best item to get? Probably the bow. Bow or boomerang. Ranged items, man. The torch, the wand of fire or whatever that is. That one's pretty good for, like, you know, doing a thing. The Legend of 25 Swords. Need 35 back. It was the most addictive game. Really? I didn't get that much into it myself. What was I supposed to do there? That was outside of the pinball. Was I supposed to... maybe I was supposed to drop it and then pinball it up from there. Maybe. I never got into Mario 35, so I don't know. I feel like, you know, check my backlog, like where I fell on it, but I feel like, actually, I don't think I got there yet as far as the backlog goes. I think I might have it at like a 3 out of 5. I wasn't that big into it. I feel like that sort of thing would be mid-budget, low budget, in fact. You know, I feel like it's the kind of thing that they have a side team do. You know, not even a major team. I feel like it's the kind of thing they could roll out at a direct at any time. And, yeah. And I would say Star Fox and Punch-Out are the most likely to receive other games. Kirby has that DLC coming for its, like, main, 3D game, so I don't think, like... You know, there's so many Kirby games, but I don't think it's time for another one. Not just yet. But soon. I think, like, after the DLC hits, like, next year we'll probably see... Shit. We'll probably see a Kirby game, middle of next year. End of next year. Let's say towards the end, and it'll probably be a 2D one. Spring 2027. Is next year Animal Crossing? Do you think next year is Animal Crossing? Weren't there rumors of Animal Crossing going around? I don't think Animal Crossing is this year. If they had Animal Crossing for year 1 of Switch 2, they would have fucking announced it by now. They would have said so. I think maybe they announce it next year, and then they say, like, 2027. I feel like that'll be a 2027 game. Like, early 2027. I think next year could have Mario Maker 3. I feel like that's gonna be, like, something they announce, and, like, a quick turnaround, right? Like, Mario Maker 3 out in 3 months. Like, summer of 2026. I think that sounds right for Mario Maker 3, and I think they will definitely do it, considering, like, oh, you know, the mouse controls probably don't have a better game that they can be used in than Mario Maker 3. Like, that's probably the most suited game they could possibly find. Kirby Air Riders is a lot. I don't know, they got Kirby Air Riders, they got Pokemon. There's like enough big AAA games for this year, but I do think they could use one more. And that would really just complete the picture for me. I don't know. Oh god, once you get this through, we're gonna have to do some more stuff, right? Like, the board isn't done yet after we get through here. We have to do some stuff with the P block. The P block kills some stuff and kills the guy. This is some screwy stuff right here. Oh boy. Mario Maker 3 would be peak. Need that. Yeah, they're gonna have some stuff, I think. Wonder. We're gonna have to on this channel at some point do like a collaborative Okay, we need to drop it down here. We can't drop it on this one. It won't work. We need to do a big list of the of everything we want / expect for Mario Maker 3, and then we need to make bingo boards for, like, when it gets announced, you know, and try to get bingo. Collab making, that'd be great. I mean, with GameShare, that seems like a very distinct possibility. I'm gonna say, with the way GameShare works, I think that is a That's a lock. I'm gonna say that's a lock. Game share making is going to be a big feature. I'm gonna say that right here and now. Collab making is already a thing in the game. So, like, all they need to do is make it support game share. Like, literally, some multiplayer stuff already does that was co-op, that was, like, local only out of the box, you know, for Switch 1. Literally, they already have a lot of examples of that already, so yeah, I think that's gonna happen. Now that you said that, Ryan Goiko, good call. That's so obvious, but it just hasn't occurred to me. And that'd be fun too. It certainly would be fun to do like collaboration, like certainly it'd be interesting, like if I don't know, like, oh fuck me. I don't know like who I would get, but that'd be fun to have like a collab and be like, okay, let's make a stage together, you know, and do the thing. Well, this is a new console, Ryan Goku, so Switch 2 will have its own Mario Maker. You're saying that it doesn't have to be a Switch 2 exclusive. I'm saying, yes, but it will have a Switch 2 version at least. I mean, I'll say, like, I would, if I had to bet, I'll be honest, I do think it's gonna be a Switch 2 exclusive. I think it's not gonna be on Switch 1. I feel like all the Switch 1 major releases have been announced already. Rhythm Heaven and Tomodachi Life, those are going to be the last ones out the door. And from there on, I feel like it's going to be Switch 2 forever, baby. And everything's going to be spec'd for Switch 2. So there's going to be, you know... I feel like they're going to cut it off. And I feel like they should, so that they can, you know, start taking advantage of more of the hardware and more of the stability. You're making your hardest level to date? Very nice. I'll say you probably have like a year or so to get to, you know, in advance of the Switch 2, so, you know, no hurry. Or, you know, in advance of Mario Maker 3. I guess you can always, like, convert everything over to Mario Maker 3. I would really like some level of backwards compatibility with Mario Maker 3, honestly. Like, if Mario Maker 2 levels just came right over, and maybe you got, like, an additional 100 on top of that, you know, in capacity. I think that would be cool. Oh, crap. I forgot to hit the thing before going over. We'll see. I don't know. There could be things in this game that were, like, you know, limited based on perform... There we go. We ran out of lives. Thank you, Game Boy, for the level and for the refresheroni, or whatever we want to call that. I appreciate it. That was a hell of a long one, huh? Turns out that's a hard one to die on, but not an impossible one to die at, so we're not, like, timing out all the time. Thank you, thank you. I am hitting dismiss, and we're going to the next one by Coco. Coco, go ahead and confirm. That Thwomp really likes you? He does. We need Mario Maker to be like Geometry Dash, unlimited level posting. That'd be cool, yeah. Less of a limit. Hey, Coco, perfect. Confirmation from the YouTube chat there. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let me go ahead and get the heads up. And tell you what, we'll do another card. Hey, need to go see that Fantastic Four movie, huh? That new Fantastic Four movie just came out. It's in the theaters now. And, oh, I just realized that's out just the other day. Apparently it was just out the other day, so, you know, let's go. I'm gonna go see it, maybe this weekend. Probably this weekend. And then I'll, you know, tell you about it on Tuesday, I guess. I don't know. I have been looking forward to it. It looks like the most interesting, like, Marvel movie in a while, I guess. Was there any good ones this year? Wasn't there a... There was the Captain America one that was kind of booty, and then there was the Suicide Squad at home, you know, you know what I mean? Like, we have Suicide Squad at home, except it's about, like, the new Avengers or whatever. Lightning bolts, that's it. Thunderbolts. it wasn't as interesting as I expected. It was kind of like, that one was pretty mid, but this one, it has some style to it, and it has some real style and some real grace. And I like the idea that it's like in the 60s, right? It's like a period piece. I like that. I think that's gonna be good. We have 9 seconds. Is this the end right here? Perfect, yes. It was a 20-second, and we had an extra 10 seconds of to spare there. Perfect. I was worried this might be a tight thing. We were slowed down a little bit, but it's all good. Oh, it was a 50 seconds, and we got through in 41. Okay. See, I didn't even realize how long I'd been playing that one. That was nice! A nice quick level, huh? Like a level that's there, and before you know it, it's done. Thank you, Coco. I appreciate it. I appreciate the pinball as well, but, you know, at a certain point, you just have the feeling of like, this is a long one, huh? This is ooh, wow. And, yeah, I appreciate the sub as well, but, you know, wow, that one took a while. This one, nice and quick. Nice and quick. Thank you, Coco. That was lovely. Let me go ahead and hit complete and bring out the next level. That's like, I mean, I guess I'll say I got like another card left after this, so we're basically done with cards, by the way. So, you know, let's stretch this topic for a bit more. Marvel movies. I'll say I guess there is some like interesting stuff coming down the pipe for Marvel, right? Like, you know, there's gonna be X-Men soon enough, and is it just X-Men? What else is coming down the pipe that looks good? It's X-Men, right? I guess it's just X-Men. That could be good. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with X-Men, I guess, because X-Men are good, and I think the reviews are pretty positive on. I talked to one person on Discord. I was like, "Hey, what's up? Anyone seen it?" And one person said it's really fun. So it could be really fun, or maybe that person is just a big Marvel head who likes Marvel movies. I didn't think about that. Maybe I'm gonna go in and go like, this is just the same as the last 100 of them. Damn. Okay, I'm kind of bored. I'm thinking this one will be good though, and let's be optimistic. I think there's you know, X-Men is a good thing. I didn't wait for confirmation on Robert Corwin. Let me go ahead and hit next so that Robert has an indication, and I'll just switch to sudden death for the time being. Robert, I'll say, like, don't, you know, I'm just keeping things moving, you understand? Yeah, says Robert. Okay, perfect. What was the clear rate to this, by the way? Was it, it wasn't below 1%, right? This is probably not a hard level, if I had to guess. I'm guessing this has like a 30%? Perfect, okay. Not extra heads hard then. Perfect. In fact, not hard at all. In fact, I'm beginning to wonder, am I going the right path just by accident? Am I going to run right into the goal without even trying? Well, looks like we're looping a little bit. That was not a good place to go. Oh, fuck. I'm small, so I can't get in there. Well, I'll be damned. I guess I go this way then. I think I'll see that movie tomorrow. You know? Coming off vacation, you know? I'll say, like, I've been sleeping at, like, a decent time, not staying up all night, but also, like, you know, still sleeping a good deal. Sleeping as long as I can. Why did I do that again? Waste of a fucking suit. But I can now go through here because I'm still big. Oh. Oh, it's a leaf. I can't get over there. I should go down. I'm just thinking aloud here. Maybe I should wake up at like 10 o'clock tomorrow and go see that movie before, you know, doing some like family type stuff. I like to go hang out with family on the weekends. You know, have a family day, have a family dinner. Always used to have family dinner, you know, when I was growing up. We would go over to my grandma's place back when she was alive, you know. We would go over to her place every Sunday, which I guess is sort of a, you know, that's a thing. Family dinner. More recently, I go over on Saturdays because, like, I don't know, it doesn't... Sunday is like the last day before the work week comes back, you know? It's the one day I want to spend sleeping and doing nothing and being unproductive. Except sometimes I try to be productive, and then I realize, like, oh, I'd rather not be productive, actually. I want to spend today just, you know, doing absolutely nothing. Watching some anime, at most. The conundrum of, like, time off. Like, you only get so much time off, but, like, what are you gonna do? Like, how the hell would I get up there? I need, like, a shelmet or something to manage that. It's a conundrum how to spend your time off, you know, in a productive way. I say that I stream for like you know, 10 hours a week, more or less. You know, clearly I'm finding some time to do the stuff and also spend another couple hours, you know, and probably more than that even, like doing stuff related to streams, like the short form content and the other, you know, uploading of the VODs and preparing for future streams. You know, sometimes that is a matter. Can I use this to destroy them? I'm confused what I use this for. Hey, Mushy Kirby. It's hanging all right. The hang is good. How you doing? Need a POW? Yeah, but how do you destroy the things with the POW? I see you just got here, Mushy Kirby, so I'll let you get one in. Here you go. Let me, do a late open for you. There you go. Go ahead and, get one in. Just for Mushy Kirby, which is a good name. I'm really confused. The POW I understand. I know how to get the POW, but I'm not sure what that does for me. Thanks for getting that in there. Big plant, POW no likey. Where the fuck's a big plant? Oh, there was a big plant. Oh yeah, over here. Like in one of these holes. Not that one. One up here? Yeah, okay, here's the progression. And using this, we can get over to here. Beautiful. Good. Okay, there's progress. I was getting a little bit, I need to bring that, POW in, I guess, apparently. I was getting a little, like, discouraged, I guess. Isn't this an underwater version of one of Super Mario Bros. 3's World 6 levels? Is it? Yes. Oh, I can get into the door using the POW block. That's what that indicator is getting at. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. It's been a while since I played through Mario Brothers 3 in full. Honestly, done 100%. It's been years and years and years and years, honest. I was... Need to... I know what I did wrong. I didn't even need the vine. I didn't realize the vine would kill the thing. Kill my block. I wouldn't mind doing some streams of, like, World and 3, playing all the stuff that I haven't done in ages. You know, I think that'd be fun to do one day. Definitely a thing on the table. You know, we did just earlier this year finish off, like, you know, I was doing, for the last 3 years, I've done a bunch of 4th of July streams where I played through all the 2D Marios, but like any percent style, where I was going for the shortcuts and the warp whistles and things of that nature. And it would be fun, like, as a alternative to that, to come back and do, like, okay, the same gimmick, but this time... This is not the way. Get that, leaf. Same gimmick, but, this time... This might be a close one, considering we're nearly out of time. Hope it's obvious where to go and what to do. It was up through here, right? What? That's nothing. I can go in here and get a frog. I have 50 seconds left. I have a frog, I have 50 seconds. Where the fuck am I going? Up here is nothing. There's nothing up there but spikes. Down here is nothing but the other kind of... Icicles are up there. Down here are spikes, normal, parentheses. Oh, here's a pipe. This is obviously the answer. Oh, a shelmet. Which will allow me to... Shit! Tell me there's another one. Okay, we have 22 seconds left. I need a tail. Come on, Leaf! We have 12 seconds! Leaf! Leaf, hurry! 9 seconds, Leaf! Okay, we got the leaf. Now I can go up here. Go through this wall. Please tell me. 3 seconds. No, there's nothing here! It's a dead end! I'm dead! That was a 500-second timeout right there. And we lost, like, all of our progress. Wow. Well, the way that timeouts work is that a timeout counts for 1 life per 100 seconds on the clock, which means, unfortunately, that was our 1 go. That is to keep it in the spirit of the lightning round. We have spent a good amount on that level. I think that is... It's always fair when you time out, like, in the lightning round. Like, come on, yeah, no, it's... That is within the spirit of the lightning round to move on. That is the 1 try that we get. Checkpoints did make a difference. Moments. Yeah, checkpoint would have helped a lot. Like, if we had gotten a checkpoint, I would have said, like, okay, you know, we're starting from the checkpoint here. Honestly, if we got a checkpoint, I would have reset my time by dying, like, right away after hitting the checkpoint, but alas, no such luck. I'll say, in the lightning round, just because we can't finish a level doesn't mean we can't see it again. It can be resubmitted. We can see it again. If the queue was not closed, we could have seen it tonight, but, you know, if we do see it, it'll be another night. Another Friday, perhaps. In the future, you understand. Bray Die Bray. Come on up. Please confirm. That really reminds me of, Die Bart Die. No, it says Braid the Bray. Oh, that's valid. It's actually the other way, because the die is in the is in the middle. Is in the middle. Middle. Not a hard word to say. Bray, please confirm. Let's go. Hello, Nuggies. You are not Bray. I have one last card let's pull it. I watched a few movies, last few nights. That's right. It's been a while since I watched any movies, honestly, so I figured, like, I'm kind of bored. I don't got no YouTube I particularly want to watch. I'll put on a movie. And I put on, I'll tell you the movies. I watched, 12 Angry Men. I watched, Jobs, which is about Steve Jobs, a sort of, like, dramatization of Steve Jobs' life. And I watched Hunt for Red October. Those are some good movies. Let's see. 12 Angry Men, I think, is really interesting. I think that might be the oldest movie that I kind of like. Honestly, it's like a black and white motherfucker, you know? Is Wizard of Oz isn't bad. Is Wizard of Oz after 12 Angry Men? Probably. There's no color in it. There's color in Wizard of Oz, so, you know. I think I like 12 Angry Men, you know, more than Wizard of Oz, for what it's worth. So yeah, you know, I watched the original, the black and white version. That's right, yeah. No, I think that's a good movie. It's sort of just 12 people argue. If you don't know 12 Angry Men, it's about a murder case where the jurors are arguing the case and sort of like breaking it down, and as they argue it through, the evidence becomes a lot less like definitive. They realize like holes in the case, and eventually they're like, oh god, you know. It starts off as like one person being like, I say not guilty because we should talk about it. This is a man's life at stake, you know. We shouldn't just do it in 2 seconds. And before long, like, more and more people are coming around to it. And, that was easy. That was really easy, Bray to Bray. Thank you for the level. Another long ones and quick ones. There's like... Some of these are long, some of these are quick. You know? I appreciate both. I appreciate a good long level. I appreciate a quickie. You know, quickies and long ones, they're both good. You know, both have a place. I don't know. Am I working myself into a VOD title? I don't know. It could just as easily be called The One After the Shore. Like the one before the shore was the one before the shore. I did talk about the shore a fair bit, but probably not for like as long. Probably not for like super duper duper long, right? I don't know. Anyway, thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. 12 Angry Men's really good. I thought Jobs was good as well. I would say it's probably like a... It's you know, I've seen a bunch of movies that are sort of similar to that. You know, sort of like docu movies that are about real people and real things. Like The Social Network and Moneyball. Obviously, it's no Social Network, no Moneyball. I don't think it's that level. It's maybe a 3-star movie, a 4-star movie tops. But it was, like, entertaining enough. And it's sort of interesting, like, oh yeah, all the troubles that Steve Jobs went through to make Apple and, you know, to try to manage it and pretty much fail across the board. He was not good at, like, handling people in general, and just was good at like cursing them out and being like really vulgar, if the documentary is to be believed. I don't know. I do feel like, you know, coming off The Social Network, right? I'll say this for Jobs. I do think Jobs is a much more impressive human than Mark Zuckerberg. Like, as far as humans go, as far as like how impressed I am by the things they pulled off, like, you know, good night, Game Boy. I am much more impressed by Steve Jobs and the Apple computer, the iPod, the iPhone, than I am about Facebook, which was just, you know, kind of a better MySpace, if you get right down to it. It didn't even have, like, the level of distinction that, like, a Twitter would have, you know, a couple years later. Like, Twitter, kind of much more of a new idea, versus, like... I think that's a 5, yes. Versus, like, the iPhone. Revolutionary. Like, dude had a habit of putting out revolutionary devices. I will say it is true I think in real life, Bill Gates was purported to have said when Jobs went to Big Gates and like, you fucking fucker, you ripped me off, mother asshole, you son of a bitch, you've seen this level, excellent, or that level, previous one, either way. Ryan, you're next, you're after this one, so looking good. And Nuggies is here, so the clear rate wasn't that low, right? It was like a 2 or a 3 or something, or maybe like a 20. Look at the clear rate before I get going. Yeah, it's like a 2. Perfect. Let's go. I do think that Jobs did a hell of a thing, and when Jobs died, it was very sad. I definitely think that is the case. I think he was one of the most sad tech people to have died, right? He's like one of the most sad tech people to have died in the last century. Let's be honest now, when Bill Gates dies, it's not gonna be as sad as Steve Jobs, as perfectly good as Bill Gates is. And, Bill Gates, I do think, had a good point in saying, speaking of South Park, I did see that video. That's, I did like to see them picking a fight with the American government. That is, what I want to see. Oh, boy. Good for South Park. That is probably the first South Park I've seen in years and years and years. Just that, clip of Donald Trump with his dick out. Yeah, that's also one of the only times where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm sort of nodding approvingly. I'm not. I know it's AI generated, but I'm not I don't have that much of a problem with it because I don't know. It kind of amuses me, and also I'm pretty sure yeah, this might get AI regulated. I don't know. That would be a net positive if that were to happen that way. Dang, wasn't able to do it. That was close though. If I had done it a little bit faster. If I'd done it a little faster, Nuggies. Another time, maybe. You're welcome to resubmit it another time. Or do a different level. It's all up to you. Jobs was okay. It was an okay movie. Perfectly good thing to put on while I'm playing Bananza on my Switch 2. That's sort of where it's at. That's sort of where it was at. Just yeah, I didn't mind watching it whilst playing a very engaging video game. And I basically know the story. So, it is true what Bill Gates said, which is that Steve Jobs and Bill Gates were both copying off HP, who originally made the Rita home computer, and were like, I don't know, this is nothing, and ended up not doing anything with it. They shouldn't have done. That was their loss. They could have been at Microsoft, basically. Instead, they're still around making printers or something, but they're not a big deal. No one's a big HP fan, They might have been 50 years ago. I don't know, maybe they were so industrial that they don't really have fans so much as just a lot of corporate clients. And maybe they still do, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. They're not one of the biggest companies in the world, though. Maybe they were at the start of the tech revolution. Again, I think I really want to know about that iPhone Ultra. I want to know about that folding thing. I low-key want that. And I want to get it, as soon as possible. I hope it's out early next year and not, September. We ran out of lives, Nuggies. This is the lightning round. This is the lightning round, you see. You understand. I did run out of lives, right? That was your level that I ran out of lives on, not the previous one. Remember, the lightning round is how we do things. It is a life-based gimmick, and the clear rate was such that I only had 5 to work with. So, it was what it is. This has a 20% clear rate. We have 5 tries. Let's do it. Finally, I did watch Hunt for Red October, which is a phenomenal movie. Really love, you know, fucking, gotta say, the Connery, right? One of the best actors that there ever has been, right? You'd think that, right? Gotta say, right? Does anyone disagree that Sean Connery is just amazing in everything he's in? I think that he's one of the greatest of all time, and I thoroughly enjoyed watching Hunt for Red October again. Hell of a damn movie. I don't have that much thoughts about it other than, like, yeah, it's kind of neat, you know, learning about, like, oh, you know, they're doing their crazy Ivans and other such things. You know. Well, maybe it's good to keep the, maybe a propeller would be good in this fight. I'm not sure quite yet. Gliding is nice, though. Gotta say. If I can keep my shell as a spare hit, that'd be good. Hello, Markmo. How you doing? Queue is closed, but let me know if you want in. I could absolutely work that out. I'm not getting that back. Not getting that back now. That's just that's spent. Yeah, that's movies. I don't know. I wouldn't mind watching more movies. I kind of in the mood for some movies. It's been a while since I watched good movies, especially movies I haven't seen before. You know, obviously I'll watch that. I'll watch Fantastic Four this weekend, and hopefully that'll be entertaining. But like after that, you know, definitely would like to watch some more movies. I was thinking, I saw Amazon like recommending The Big Short. I've never seen that. Is that good? That seems like the kind of movie where it's like, yeah, it's about a real thing that happened and real people, but sort of dramatized. I'm kind of in the mood for some movies like that, where I go through them and go like, oh, you know, this is a real thing that really happened. You know, this was for real once. Oh, damn it. Okay, I'll take that. You know what? And I'll get the... God damn it. God damn it. Whatever. It's fine. Not the perfect setup for this fight, but... You know, I'm got more power-ups than I had before, and that's enough for me. You're the first streamer to get the hidden Yoshi? Very cool. Yeah, that was not a sure thing. That I just happened to be jumping in the right area. I could have, you know, easily went through this without... And Yoshi will be very hard to lose unless there's a gap. Like in this fight, basically this is free with Yoshi. Like, I can't lose him, pretty much. What other movies should I watch? Bonus if they're on a streaming service that I have. Like most movies should be. Most movies should make a deal with one or more of the streaming services that are out there so that they're easy to watch. That only makes sense if you're a movie. More movies! Every movie should be on every streaming service. It's silly that they're not out there making those deals. Some movies you can only get illegally on DVD or something. That's silly. You're leaving money on the table. People, like, actually go, you know, people with streaming services, do they actually, you know, go like, oh gosh golly, I don't have, this isn't on a streaming service, so I guess I'll just, you know, give them some money. Oh well, can't be helped. Maybe they rent them. Maybe they rent them. I don't really like paying a la carte for things. That's, not my, preference these days. You know, you pay for so many streaming services, you expect it to be on at least one. When I say it, I mean anything. Anything should be on at least one. And in fact, you demand it. Like, come on, man. There's like 12 of them that exist. Make a deal with one of the ones that I have. It's not hard. Got most of the good ones. 60 seconds left. This is gonna be sharp. Mario movie on Prime Video. I've seen it. I thought it was good in the theater. Yeah, we have 50 seconds left now. God damn his long invulnerability cycle. I mean, it's only like 10 seconds, honestly. We have that time to spare if this is the last fight. He's the last guy, right? Or he's the one with the clear condition. So hopefully he's the last guy. Hey, let's go. Beautiful. Got through in 2 goes. Very good. That's right. We're winners here. We're all winners here. There's just 1 level left tonight. Unless Markmo, you'd like to get one in, let me know. Yeah, I haven't seen you tonight. And, well, you know, we've gone about 4.5 hours. That's about regular length for a Mario Maker stream. So that's about on par. This is a normal week, for once a week that exists on a Friday hasn't gone long. A normal stream of viewer levels and things of that nature. Mushy Kirby, go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. I could go for a good movie. And I'm really not... I got nothing in mind, honestly. That's the way it goes, you know? I'll see you, Ryan. That's the way it goes. You look at the choices, you scroll for a while, and you go... I don't know. What do I want to watch? Do I want to watch something that's like an action movie? Like A Hunt for Red October? Do I want to watch a docudrama type thing? Like Jobs? Do I want to watch 12 Angry Men? Something weird. And honestly, so long as it's like straightforward enough to watch while playing Donkey Kong Bananza, I don't have a problem with it. You know, people kind of, you know, Netflix was saying stuff about like, oh, you know, we want games, we want movies, shows that are like watchable in the background. I don't necessarily disagree with that as a priority, you know. I play a lot of games, and sometimes I like, you know, especially on the Switch, that's like the main appeal of the Switch, right? Like, just get it on my gamepad, on my Switch situation, and get like something on the TV. Doesn't matter what. So like something that's entertaining while you're half paying attention is a valuable thing, I think. It can also be good enough, and there are shows and stuff good enough, you know, like I said, I watch a lot of anime, many of which is like, you know, full attention material. Much of which, most of which, some of which. Definitely the best stuff, anyway. I'm putting my stuff down and paying full attention. I've gotten really good at multitasking with subtitled anime over the last, I've said it before, but I can read subtitles and play a video game at the same time. I developed this skill at some point, and now the temptation is always there, you know. But hey, you know, I don't mind something that's, like, entertaining enough to have on the screen whilst also playing a video game. I definitely like to multitask in that way, to get multiple things going at once. And, you know, to me, those are good things. That's why I like to rewatch things, honestly, is because, and movies especially, you know, 2 of the 3 movies I had seen before that I watched this week. I like to rewatch things because I already know what the plot is. I already know where it's going. So it's like, okay, I pretty much already know what I'm in for, so I can play the video game without worrying about missing anything. And I already knew like what happened to Steve Jobs. I read the Steve Jobs book back in the day, so I knew basically where it was going. And I remember the iPod, you know, I remember that he got rehired by Apple and all that after whatever Next was. I really didn't know what Next was back in the day. We completed the last level. That means that we're done for tonight. We finished her up. Excellent. Very good. Thank you all for the levels. Let me, I'm going to become nice and big, and then I'm going to pull up the old schedule, which is going to be business as usual for the next 3 weeks, pretty much. Next week and the week after, business as usual. Next Tuesday will be more double speed Banjo-Tooie. That is Banjo-Tooie with the Super Banjo cheat code that doubles my move speed. It's been really fun so far playing the game like that. Really shortcuts a couple of things. There's been some jumps that you otherwise wouldn't be able to make that let you skip getting some moves, or otherwise like playing it right, you know, doing the intended strat, which feels really good. Check that out. It's I think it's an interesting way to play that game. And also, you know, I'll be there's the VOD obviously from this week, and also there'll be another stream of it next week, which will be Pterodactyland, Grunty Industries, and Hailfire Peaks. We're gonna get those 3 worlds done, and then I think for the final stream of that, week after, we'll be doing Clockwork, Cloud Cuckoo Land, and backtracking and the ending. You know, the final, the finale of it. And I think that'll be a good 3-stream playthrough, and having a great time with it. Honestly, like, even while I'm playing Donkey Kong Bananza, one of the greatest 3D platformers of all time, I'm still just enjoying Tooie, which I'll say one of my favorite platformers of all time. My favorite 2D platformer, 3D platformers of all time. Definitely up there for me, you know. And if you're looking for more viewer levels, it'll be on Friday, next Friday, and the Friday after at 6 p.m. Central. You know the deal. Same as usual, same as every week. We're back on schedule. We're back at the normal times. And honestly, like, if you go look at this at the calendar that I have here, you'll notice that there's not really much else going on next few weeks. I don't have any extra streams planned. I don't have any big ideas yet. I might, but for now, it's going to be Tooie on Tuesdays and Mario Maker on Fridays, and it'll be that way until I go to Universal Studios in like 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks now, I guess. And then, after I return from that, there'll be some other stuff, like a Mario Galaxy 1+2 continuation stream Labor Day weekend. That's a ways out, man. That's a while from now. You don't have to worry about that. Tuesday, Friday, those are the streams. Let me send Twitch people out on a raid, and I will end the stream and do the stuff. Let's see now. Who is streaming tonight? Bunch of folks. Alter Mentality is doing Bananza. A lot of people are doing Bananza. Feel like most people are doing Bananza that I follow. Let's see now. There's a bunch of people, bunch of options. Let me see if I can send y'all to Dan Reichert if I don't have enough right now for his, to do a raid on him. I'll send you to Alter Mentality, also doing, Bananza. Warning, if we send you to Alter Mentality, apparently she's doing some spoilery stuff, spoilery discussion. Keep that in mind. Okay, I think I'll send you to Alter Mentality. That's fine. That's cool. Okay, let's do that raid. Or I could send you to Mr. Justy. Is he doing viewer levels? I want to send you to Donkey Kong. I'll send you to Alter Mentality. She's cool. Alright, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. Y'all have a lovely weekend. If you are doing Bananza, get it done. Get it done before too long, or you're gonna end up seeing some spoilery stuff out there soon enough. It's a hell of a game. I love it a lot. I'll see you on Tuesday for Banjo-Tooie. I'll see you on Friday for more of this, more of viewer levels. And it's just gonna be those two things for a bit. Tuesday, Friday. Mr. Just Easy, hang on. Hang on, stop the raid, stop the raid. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Just Easy. Hell yeah. You came at just the wrong moment, though. I was thinking about raiding you for a second. You have levels, the people that need their levels played? Man, I'm signing off right now. Let me get you a shout out, though, before I sign off. But hey, I think you just gave me enough viewers to raid Dan Reichert, so I will send you to Dan Reichert. That'll be where I send you to. Hang on, one second. Copy this, and then I do my shout out macro. Yeah, there you go. Very good. Happy to see you. Hope you had a great Mario Maker stream. I also had a great Mario Maker stream. Let me send you to Dan Reichert, who is doing Donkey Kong Bananza. And, you know, that's a hell of a game. Talked a bunch about that tonight. His stream is titled Bananza because his name is Dan. That's a good gimmick. I like it when he names his stream after his name. And does a pun type situation. I'll see you on Tuesday for Banjo-Tooie with the double speed cheat code enabled. The Pterodactyland, Grunty Industries, and Hailfire Peaks next week. And I'll also see you next week for more viewer levels, Friday at 6 p.m. Central. Y'all, take it easy. I will see y'all in a, eventually. I'm gonna pull up Dan's stream so I can watch myself. I can watch it myself. Let's go. Bye, folks. Y'all, take it easy. Have a good one. I'll see you on Tuesday, Friday, for the next few weeks, and then also, you know, into the future with a vacation in between, you know, Universal in 2 weeks and change. Bye, folks. Tuesday, Friday. Bye.